special
Okay.
day.
Save it for the day Tenant Bill of Rights passes. The board will now come to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Present.
Alderman Cone. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. 12 present, you have quorum.
A quorum being present, we will be led in opening prayer and reflection by Pastor John Watson, Jr.
God bless you this morning. Those that would join us, we'd ask you to stand. As we enter this June 19th celebration season, we're offering prayer for our city and our nation. Gracious God, Heavenly Father, on this day of freedom of June 19th, we celebrate triumph with all people of goodwill that might walk on and on toward justice for all. Heavenly Father, breathe into us your eternal breath, that we may never get tired of ensuring a flourishing life for all, but especially of those of us in the African American communities whose families and lives have been impacted by the experience of being enslaved. Gracious God, we know and have seen your goodness, and because of it, we cling to the hope that unity and liberation for all are within our grasp. Continue to show us your goodness, that we may have the strength to advance your kingdom with humility and grace. May the goodness of the gospel motivate us to love each other. May the ideal of our words match the practice of our lives. May a fresh empowerment of your spirit unite us together. Give us eyes to see and ears to hear your will and leading as we move our great city forward toward a flourishing life for all. Unto your arms we commit ourselves, our family, our city, and our nation. Amen. Happy Father's Day to all of the great fathers in the St. Louis community. I just want to say that this day brings up to my remembrance my own great father, John Watson Sr., who was a mentor and a spiritual father to all. And we thank God for our great fathers in this community.
Any introduction of honored guests? Any introduction of honored guests? Alderwoman from the 10th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I would like to have, first is my honored guest. I promised them I would do this today, the marshals. And our one police officers too, but the marshals that are always here keeping us safe. And they mentioned to me last week that we never make them our special honor guests, so they're our special honor guests today. But also today in the chambers, I would like to have as my special guest Miss Nyla Bentley. She is the daughter of two of our beloveds, Detective Sergeant Kevin Bentley and Police Officer Nicole Bentley. She's also the granddaughter of my constituent, Attorney Ruby L. Bonner, and the niece of Judy Bentley. She was recently crowned Miss Fashionetta on May 28th. The Fashionetta Cotillion that is sponsored by Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated and the Ivy Alliance Foundation. Nyla is a hard-working young lady, a recent 2023 graduate of Cardinal Ritter Preparatory High School. She is a high achiever, a member of the National Honor Society, the National Honor Society of High School Scholars, UMSL Bridge Honorary Scholar recipient, and her service to her community is commendable, from serving our unhoused to mentoring little ones and her peers. Nyla is a daddy's girl, and she encourages others with her father's famous quote, "Everything you need is flowing through your veins." Nyla will be attending Xavier University of Cincinnati, Ohio in the fall and majoring in biomedical science, pre-med, dental, and a minor in deaf studies with aspirations of becoming an orthodontist. We are honoring Nyla today, as well as having her as our special guest. Nyla, we are so proud of you as we continue to make efforts here in the city of St. Louis to not only include but engage our youth in our works and our service. It's, again, my honor to have you as my special guest, and I would like to ask if any of my colleagues and President Green would be able to join her for a picture afterwards. Thank you.
Yes. Congratulations. And if we could take a minute, and if you want to join us up on the dais, and if members of the board would like to come and get a picture to celebrate your achievements. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Not a problem. That's okay. That's okay. Congratulations. Thank you.
I'm quite a Ritter girl too.
Me too. Is there any further introduction of honored guests? Any further introduction of honored guests? Alderwoman from the 11th.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My honored guest today is Dr. Marlene Davis, who celebrated a birthday yesterday. Additionally, I would ask us for a moment of silence on behalf of Mr. George Poole. Those of you who knew Mr. George Poole, you almost couldn't be in St. Louis politics without knowing him. He was a soldier. He was, just a dynamic ball of energy, and so committed to his church, Jericho Church on St. Louis Avenue. And I valued him so much as a friend, and I have so many fond memories and conversations of Mr. George Poole. And so I'd ask for a moment of silence. Thank you.
You could please stand and bow our heads for a moment of silence.
Thank you.
Alderman from the 14th.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. Shocked to, I didn't from the remarks that Ms. Key said about Mr. Pooh, didn't even know he passed. I knew off record that he was dealing with some health issues that was not public, but that just that threw me off. As a young person, especially getting involved in politics, I remember when I ran for committee man, Mr. Pooh was very close to my family, the Finleys who grew up in Carr Square. But when I ran for committee man, he awarded me an award out at the Ambassadors because he also used to love throwing some parties. And I'm just saddened to hear the loss of a legend, a mentor, and somebody as an elder who always uplifted our young people. He was, as I was taking this journey to run for alderman, he was at not only my kickoff, but my victory party that we had, and it's extremely sad to hear, and just want to send love and prayers and thoughts to his family, and hope we continue to carry out his legacy.
Any further introduction of honored guests? Any further introduction of honored guests? Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on the approval of the minutes from Friday, June 9th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I accept the movement. Slow down, Shireen.
It's okay.
I would like to be recognized on the approval of the minutes for Friday, June 9th. I'm so excited about that baby girl. I don't know what to do.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 4th, that we approve the minutes from Friday, June 9th, 2023. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Report of city officials.
This report of city officials can be found in A, B, and C of the agenda and has been placed in the Google Drive. Dear members of the board, I have the pleasure to submit the following individual for appointment to the Board of Adjustment. The appointment of Anthony Robinson, a resident in the 9th Ward. I respectfully request your approval of this appointment. Sincerely, to Shora O. Jones, Mayor.
Alderman from the 9th, you are recognized on Mayor Jones' appointment of Anthony Robinson to the Board of Adjustment.
Thank you very much. I submit to this board for approval Anthony Robinson to the Board of Adjustment. Mr. Robinson has been a member of the Preservation Board in the city for a number of years, has served with distinction, has a degree in architecture from Washington University, and I am proud to submit his name for consideration.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion. I move to approve Mr. Anthony Robinson for appointment to the Board of Adjustments.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 9th, seconded by the Alderman from the 4th, that we approve the mayor's appointment of Mr. Anthony Robinson to the Board of Adjustment. Any discussion? Alderwoman from the 13th.
Oh, I was like, I didn't know if this thing was working.
All of the mics seem low today.
I know. I'm not this tall. I just have a question. Previously, when people were submitted to sit on boards and commissions, we always referred them to committees. Do we still do that, or is that still in the rules? Or
we can refer to committee, or we can pass them on the floor.
Okay, and so it was my understanding, and that was for that committee to get to know who the person was. So can we go back to that to make sure that...
Would you like to inquire of the Alderman from the 9th?
Yes.
Okay, Alderman from the 9th, would you yield to questioning from the Alderwoman from the 13th?
Yes, I'm happy to.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Now I got to start over, huh?
It's okay.
Okay. And so Alderman from the 9th, I would like to recommend if we would send that person to the committee to be vetted for that position.
I'm happy to consider vetting him, but as I understand it, there is a vacancy on the board right now. They're serving a member short. Sometimes it's difficult for them to achieve quorum as a result. I would hate to delay this any further. This individual has served on a city board for a number of years and thus has been thoroughly vetted over time. I do want to make sure that we move this forward with some urgency because this appointment has actually been waiting for almost a year now, and I don't see a need to further pick into the details when we already know this individual quite well.
And thank you for that. But I guess my concern is because now it's a sense of urgency. So how long ago did we find this person to be on this board or commission?
My understanding is it's been about a year, although I don't have the exact date.
No, when did you get that name? That's what I was trying to find out.
I received this name about a week ago.
Okay, and so that's why I'm asking the question. So a week ago, could we not have referred it to a committee? Because they were already a year behind, am I correct?
They are. I think we can refer it to committee. That's okay.
All right.
In that case, I withdraw my motion and request that this be sent to committee.
Okay, thank you so much.
The other Board of Adjustment nominee a few weeks ago was sent to the HUD's committee. Would you like to request that it also go to the HUD's committee?
Yes, that seems the appropriate place.
Okay. It's been moved by the Alderman from the 9th. Is there a second? Seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th that we send the mayor's appointment to the Board of Adjustment to the HUD's committee. Any discussion? Alderwoman from the 12th.
No, I'm sorry. I was still standing here because I researched very, very much about the Board of Adjustment. So I can tell you a lot of what you've been told is not the truth. Okay, and I'm going to give you something in writing about what's been going on with the Board of Adjustment.
All right, any further discussion? And it's been moved by the Alderman from the 9th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we send the mayor's appointment of Anthony Robinson to the Board of Adjustment to the HUD's committee. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Dear members of the board, I have the pleasure to submit the following individual for the appointment to the Forest Park Advisory Board. The reappointment of the reappointment of Tracy Boaz, the reappointment of of Deborah Dolgen, the reappointment of Mr. Stephen Eibendahl, the reappointment of Gwendolyn Moore, the reappointment of Sally Nikopoulos, the reappointment of Andrew Schwartz, the reappointment of Andre Walker, the appointment of Edgar Everett III, the appointment of Dr. Kelly Harris, the appointment of Mark Mazinski, the appointment of Thomas Milford, and the appointment of Barbara Silver. I respectfully request your approval of this appointment. Sincerely, to Sharborough O. Jones, Mayor.
Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on Mayor Jones's appointment to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
Thank you so much, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we approve Mayor Jones's appointments to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 9th, that we approve the mayor's appointments to the Forest Park Advisory Board. Is there any discussion? Alderwoman from the 12th.
If the Alderwoman from the 10th would yield.
Would the Alderwoman from the 10th yield to questioning from the Alderwoman from the 12th?
Sure.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you, but I do want to make a statement that if this doesn't get sent to committee, I want to do a motion to separate each of these people and to vote on them individually. Alderwoman, so I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 people for the reappointment for the Forest Park Advisory Board. I do know, let me just give this to the prior mayor, Lyda Cruson. When we raised the issue years ago about there not being anybody in North St. Louis or north of Page, she did bring some people forward. And I do know that they've been looking for people on the Forest Park Advisory Board and searching for people. My question is, why aren't they being sent to committee? Because this is a board that affects the whole city. And 2, what is the rush to do that, since people on the board sit there? If we can't find the right ones, they still there until somebody is reappointed. So what is the rush?
I'm so glad you asked that question, Alderwoman Tyus, and I'm so glad my colleague, Alderwoman Boyd, brought up these being sent to committee. These actually were sent to committee about a year ago, and you can run the tape. You know, we record all of our meetings publicly on STL TV. It was on July 14th. So it's been almost a year now since they were in committee, were interviewed, went through that process several times, and I'm grateful for them to hanging in and still choosing to volunteer their service and time here to the city of St. Louis. I talked to Director Hayes about this before agreeing to do this motion today, and he said since that year that he had only heard from 2 people, had only received 2 people's names that he tried diligently to reach out to and wasn't able to connect with them, or they had changed their mind. I don't want to put their names out because they, again, didn't move forward with it, but what I will do is commend Director Hayes and his timely and intentional efforts to diversify this board, which I believe he has. I know a lot of times we say size of St. Louis, but sometimes that's clouded by a level of what I feel is classism in St. Louis. And so I know people use these comparisons when they want to, when it's convenient, but if you want to say you want to diversify something and you want to make sure that people's hearts and minds are in the same place, first standing up to serve, then agreeing to go through what they have to go through to serve, then hanging in there almost a year to want to serve, is why I believe that we as a board should approve these appointments to the Forest Park Advisory Board from Mayor Jones. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm glad that she brought up that it was here a year ago that these people were there. I was on forestry, and I'm the person that raised the most hell about there being a lack of diversity, and been doing that since I've been back in 2013 and when I first got elected in the 90s. I also always raised the question about diversity and why there were certain boards set up, which was most of them, and to former Mayor Lyda Cruzen's credit, she actually put together a book. And then when she saw how truthful I was about there being a lack of representation in certain parts of the city, she actively worked on doing it. When you bring up Director Greg Hayes, he is not the person who makes appointments. That was the point that I made 1 year ago. He kept saying, it's not the mayor, it's me. These are not the director's appointments. Now, if the mayor lets him get away with that, these are office of the mayor. It had no place says office of the director, and that is part of the problem. He got his nose out of joint because he kept saying, well, he is not the person who is in charge of that. Now, I've been knowing Greg, the director, way longer than you. Even gave him money from some of my accounts to help him out when they had shortages, but and I will say he did look for people, but the mayor did not. I don't hold the director responsible for what is the mayor's responsibility. When you keep saying I can't do diversity, but you ran on being the first black female mayor, there's a problem with that. You have to do your due diligence. There are people who want to serve. They're nervous because they feel like that Room 200 is leaving them out. For 16 years, Room 200 did it under Francis Slay. Lyda Cruzen, the mayor, Lyda Cruzen, did attempt to change it. So therefore, we have Gwen Moore. Joanne Williams is on there. We have a couple of people because that was the mayor, former mayor, reaching out, going and calling people and talking to people. Diversity is not just on the people going, oh, I want to be it. Diversity is on the person who is in office doing their work and doing their job. When you don't do your job, don't try to pass it down to somebody else and then have somebody sit on the floor and say, oh, well, yeah, that's all about it, but you got to do this and you got to do that. The mayor is the mayor of all the city, and when somebody brings it to her attention, which I have in writing as well as is verbal, it is her responsibility to get out there and talk to the constituents and find out why they don't want to serve or they're afraid to serve, because the alderwoman from the 13th knows that we had people who said they would not serve with this mayor because they felt like this mayor did not represent us, and they were from North St. Louis. Every time the mayor has reached out to me and said, I'm looking for somebody, I have provided her with somebody. more than one person, because I don't believe that you say, I want diversity, and then you don't try to do it. But it is hard, but it's not hard because of the reasons you're saying. It's hard because the people don't feel included north of Page. And that is up to the mayor to make sure that they feel included. And so when you push this stuff through, talking about what it went through a year ago, this entire board has transformed since a year ago. There's only a few people left. The whole point of vetting, if you vet somebody a year ago, is to bring them back and vet them with the new board so people can ask questions. There are people here that didn't hear that, and then you say, go back and listen to the hearing a year ago. No, you don't go back and listen to the hearing a year ago. Our job is to vet with the current board, and we have a different board, and it should be sent so they can ask questions. And I know there's a lot of new people that are here, and so they don't feel like standing up, or they don't know that they should be standing up. But vetting should be just like they do in Congress. And people should be talking to you and asking you for your support. They shouldn't just be saying, we're sending them over here. If we're going to do that, the Board of Aldermen should not have to sponsor anybody. We should get rid of that and just let the mayor appoint people, which she does have positions that she appoints. But when it is about appointing people that we are supposed to vet and then vote for, we ought to do our jobs. And if we don't do our jobs and then we try to throw it on somebody else, that's really disappointing that people would say, oh, the people who are not getting appointed. That's like blaming the woman who gets raped, saying she has on a dress that's too short, or all the black people who are getting discriminated against if they just wouldn't be black. I think that is a ridiculous answer, and I think that I would ask that you would send this to committee so that the new people could vet these people, the people that are new to the board, and not keep trying to, if they're great people, then they'll stand up to scrutiny with the new board. Why have a new board? If we're going to have all the same answers as the old board, we need to go back to 28 and let that happen. I am opposed to passing this on the floor. If we're going to do it, I want a roll call. I want this separated, and I'm disappointed that people don't understand that our job is to vet people and to make sure that people are people that are represented all over the city, not just in one part of the city. Nobody ever gets up and says, oh, Sharon, you're not telling the truth. Oh, well, that's too bad that we don't have those people. You don't care. But people are watching. I went to 5 meetings yesterday. The people are watching you when you're doing this kind of stuff and you're leaving people out. And all of my meetings were in places that were north of Page, and the people are not happy at being left out. And if the mayor is happy that that's happening and is okay with that, then she's going to suffer the consequence in 2 years, because the things that I tell her are for her good, and that all of St. Louis should be included. And if we had boards and commissions and we were leaving out a whole section of South St. Louis, I would say the same thing. We were leaving out Southwest St. Louis, I would say the same thing. When I was down here earlier as the 20th Ward, and we had to bring up issues about gay rights, when the time it was not happy, I was the person leading the charge saying, we got to do domestic partnerships, we got to do this. So do not try to act like it is the fault of the people. It is the fault of the person who is supposed to be doing that. When I was the 20th Ward Alderwoman, I actually got to meet with then Lieutenant Governor Mel Carnahan, and I was the chair of the black elected officials. And we challenged him about his appointments. And again, he says, just what everybody says, oh, I can't find anybody. And what I said to him is that then you have the wrong person in charge of finding somebody. And so he wrote me a hand note that I still have saying, Sharon, you ask fair, hard questions, but they are fair. And that is correct. We have to do a better job of getting people that are diverse. And if we don't, we leave some of those positions open, and we make sure that they are diverse and that all parts of the community are included. And then just to try to push through and act like that doesn't matter, it matters to me. It matters in all parts of the city. And if you can show me that we are included numerically, those of us who live south of north of Page, we're included, then I'm happy. Okay, but if we're not, and even then we still need to vet these people. I want to say that. We need to, and when they come back through, if I come through here and I've been off the board, you're supposed to vet me. You're supposed to ask questions. You're supposed to see if they will fit in the city's scheme of inclusion. But when you start out not including in the first place and saying, well, these people still want to do it, they all said it that day. When they heard me talking about the people weren't included, they sent me emails saying, but I still want to do it. Because they're about them, but we're supposed to be about the entire city. And that is what my problem is, that we're not about the entire city, and we bring people who don't live north of Page to push this agenda, and you're supposed to be making sure everybody is included. So I am opposed. I would request again that you send these nominations to committee to be vetted, and I would request that the mayor ask people if she is having a problem getting people north of Page, because 3 of us got elected even though the mayor came after us, and we have people that want to serve, but she doesn't reach out to people to say, hey, you got somebody? You just send people that are all south of Page, and that's tone deaf to me, and that's, if it's not racist, it sure is prejudice against a whole community that they have to vote to. So you're saying you're not willing, ask again, are you not willing to send this to committee?
No, ma'am.
Okay, then I have no further questions for you. Thank you very much. And that was just me asking her questions. Again, what the Alderman from the 10th said is nonsense. It is ridiculous. It is all the kind of things that people say when they want to discriminate against people. And you're talking about, oh, the people have to want to do this. It's people that would do it. That's up to the mayor to make sure that the people know that they have an opportunity and they have a fair opportunity. If you make people feel like they don't, then they don't try to participate. I've said that to the police officers for years. People will call about a situation, and the police doesn't do anything. And then later on, the police will say, well, the people won't speak up, because they've called so many times that they feel defeated and they feel like we're not part of the process. And when the numbers are real easy to see where everybody lives, and so you could put these addresses and things out. None of them, except for Gwen Moore. I know Joanne is on it, so she lives north. And I think there's one other person that may live in north of Page. But I think now what I'll just do is start putting out resolutions talking about these people and where they live and how they're not included in certain parts of the city. And at some point, we're going to have to do something else about this. So again, I want I did a motion to divide the question, and I'm sorely disappointed that we would hear stuff that blames the people who are left out and try to act like that it's Greg Hayes' appointment, because in no place does it say report of city official Greg Hayes, director. It is the office of the mayor.
Any further discussion?
Roll call.
Any further discussion?
I just want to clear up just a few things. These people haven't been off and coming back. After they went through the meeting on July 14th, again, that anybody can go back and watch, they stayed on. And they've been serving since. And the comment about we just saying we can't find people, there's 12 people that, again, have been serving and would like to continue to serve. So with that, I renew my motion to approve the mayor's appointments to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
So there's been a motion to divide the question and a motion for roll call. Both are non-debatable motions. So with that, I will entertain a motion for the approval of Tracy Boaz to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
So moved.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 9th, that we approve Tracy Boaz to the Forest Park Advisory Board. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Vollmer.
Aye.
Alderwoman Velazquez. Aye. Alderwoman Sanye. Aye. Alderwoman Spencer. Aye. Alderman Browning. Aye. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd. Twelve aye votes, 1 no vote, and 1 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the appointment of Tracy Boaz to the Forest Park Advisory Board. This time I will entertain a motion for the appointment of Deborah Dolgen to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
So moved.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 9th, that we approve Deborah Dolgen to the Forest Park Advisory Board. There was a request for previous roll. There was an objection. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Yeah, and she objected.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Boyd. 12 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 1 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the appointment of Deborah Dolgen to the Forest Park Advisory Board. This time, I will entertain a motion for the appointment of Stephen Eibendahl to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 3rd, that we appoint Stephen Eibendahl to the Forest Park Advisory Board. There was a motion for previous roll. There was an objection. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer. 12 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 2 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion to approve Stephen Eibendahl to the Forest Park Advisory Board. This time, I'll entertain a motion for the appointment of Gwendolyn Moore to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
So moved.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 9th, that we appoint Gwendolyn Moore to the Forest Park Advisory Board. There was a request for previous roll. There's an objection to previous roll. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. 14 aye votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the appointment of Gwendolyn Moore to the Forest Park Advisory Board. This time, I'll entertain a motion for the appointment of Sally Nikolajevic to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 3rd. There was a request for previous roll, and there was an objection. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer. Aye. Alderwoman Velazquez. Aye. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Aye. Alderman Browning. Aye. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys. 12 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 1 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the appointment to the Forest Park Advisory Board. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the appointment of Andrew Schwartz to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 4th, that we approve Andrew Schwartz to the Forest Park Advisory Board. There was a call for previous roll, and there was an objection. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Third. I'm sorry, 14 aye votes and 1 no vote.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the appointment to the Forest Park Advisory Board. At this time, I will entertain a motion for the appointment of Andre Walker to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 9th, that we approve Andre Walker to the Forest Park Advisory Board. It's been, there's been a request for previous roll. There's been an objection. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer. Aye. Alderwoman Velazquez. Aye. Alderwoman Sanye. Aye. Alderwoman Spencer. Aye. Alderman Browning. Aye. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
12 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 2 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the appointment to the Forest Park Advisory Board. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the appointment of Edgar Everett III to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 3rd, that we approve Edgar Everett III to the Forest Park Advisory Board. There was a request for previous roll, and there was an objection. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer. Alderman Browning. 11 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 2 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the appointment to the Forest Park Advisory Board. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the appointment of Kelly Harris, PhD, to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
So moved.
Second, previous roll.
Been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 3rd, that we approve Kelly Harris, PhD, to the Forest Park Advisory Board. There was a request for previous roll, and there was an objection. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Sanye. 12 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 1 present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the appointment to the Forest Park Advisory Board. At this time, I will entertain a motion for the appointment of Mark Masinski to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
So moved.
Second, previous roll.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 3rd, that we approve Mark Masinski to the Forest Park Advisory Board. There's been a request for a previous roll and an objection. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
14 aye votes and 1 voted no.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the appointment to the Forest Park Advisory Board. At this time, I will entertain a motion for the appointment of Thomas Milford to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 3rd, seconded by the, moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 3rd, that we approve Thomas Milford to the Forest Park Advisory Board. There was a request for previous roll and an objection. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. 13 aye votes and 1 no vote.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the appointment to the Forest Park Advisory Board. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the appointment of Barbara Silva to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
So moved.
Second, previous roll.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 3rd, that we approve Barbara Silva to the Forest Park Advisory Board. There was a request for previous roll, and there was an objection. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd.
Present.
Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Spencer. 13 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 1 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the appointment to the Forest Park Advisory Board.
That's the
will-
extent of report of city officials.
We will dispense with line item 8. Does anyone want to take any bills or resolutions off of any of our informal calendars? Does anyone want to take any bills or resolutions off of any of our informal calendars? Does anyone want to take any bills or resolutions off of any of our informal calendars? We will dispense with line items 9, 10, and 11. Alderwoman from the 12th, you are recognized on the motion to suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill 66 for first reading.
Madam President, members of the board, I move to suspend the rules to introduce Board Bill 66, which is a redevelopment and blighting plan for the 4923 through 4949 Dr. Martin Luther King. This bill will probably be known as the Sweetie Pies bill. For 20 years, I've tried to get Miss Robbie to come to the 20th ward. She didn't make it to the 20th, she did make it to the 1st, but she made it to the 12th neighborhoods of the 12th ward. So this is a bill to suspend the rules to introduce this blighting bill so that Miss Robbie can get started for her 3rd time on a restaurant. And this is going to be the most successful.
It's been a motion by the Alderwoman from the 12th to suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill 66. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the Alderman from the 3rd. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
15 aye votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderwoman from the 12th.
Thank you.
Alderwoman from the 10th, you're recognized on the motion to suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill 67 and 68.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bills 67 and 68.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bills number 67 and 68. Is there any discussion? Alderwoman from the 12th?
I don't have them, but the alderman next to me is letting me see what they are, okay? So, I don't have any objections, I just didn't have them on my desk. Thank you.
Seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
15 aye votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing Board Bill number 67 and 68. Madam Clerk, please place Board Bills 66, 67, and 68 under the first reading of Board Bills.
So noted.
First reading of Board Bills.
Board Bill 64, introduced by Alderwoman Schweitzer, an ordinance relating to the appointment of and salaries of certain employees of the City of St. Louis Board of Election Commissioners, pursuant to revised statutes of Missouri 115.045, 115.049, by repealing ordinance number 71513, allocating certain other employees to a grade with rate, including an emergency clause. The provisions of the section contained in this ordinance shall be effective with the start of the first pay period after approval of the mayor. Board Bill 65, introduced by Alderwoman Schweitzer, an ordinance making appropriation for payment of the operating expenses, capital expenses, including lease purchase agreements, debt service expenses of the parking division of the Treasurer's Office for fiscal year July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, in the sum of $19,174,924, including $2,361,585 for capital improvements containing the emergency clause. Board Bill 66, introduced by Alderwoman Tyus, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated May 23rd, 2023 for the 4923 through 4949 Dr. Martin Luther King Drive area in the City of St. Louis, Missouri. Board Bill 66, introduced by Alderman Narayan, an ordinance establishing a two-way stop site at the crosswalk of Canterbury Avenue just west of the intersection of Canterbury Avenue and Tremont Avenue, regulating all traffic traveling westbound and eastbound at said crosswalk at Canterbury Avenue and containing an emergency clause. Board Bill 68, introduced by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, an ordinance by the Board of Estimate, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment, wherein the Board of Aldermen authorizes the acceptance of grant and the receipt of an appropriation of funds awarded by the U.S. Department of Labor relating to the Youth Bill Grant, authorizing the Director of the St. Louis Agency on Training and Employment to make, negotiate, and execute any and all contracts and documents on behalf of the City of St. Louis needed to expend such funds and contain an emergency clause. That's the extent of first reading of board bills.
Reference to committee.
To the Budget Committee, Board Bill 39, 40, and 64. To the Public Infrastructure and Utility Committee, Board Bill 65. That's the extent of reference to committee.
Please also send Board Bill 66 and 67 to HUDs. And 68 to Health and Human Development.
So noted.
Alderman from the 4th.
Thank you, Madam President. I would request that Board Bill 67 go to
Public Infrastructure.
Public Infrastructure
Yes,
rather
sorry.
than HUDs. Thank
Yes, if you could please send that to Public Infrastructure.
So noted.
Got my board bill numbers mixed up there. Second reading and report of standing committees.
The following board bill was reported out of HUDs with the due pass recommendation. Board Bill 37, sponsored by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, an ordinance revising and amending ordinance number 71504, which created North St. Louis small business and nonprofit grant programs, clarifying eligibility for such grant programs, eligible use for funds available through such grant programs, and how the St. Louis Development Corporation will assess applications for and make awards for such grant programs, ensuring such grant programs are administered consistent with the relevant federal requirements, and removing barriers and addressing other issues impacting implementation of these grant programs. The following board bills were reported out of the Budget Committee with a due pass recommendation. Board Bill 48, sponsored by Alderwoman Keys and Alderman Aldridge, an ordinance relating to the appointment of salaries of certain employees in the Recorder's Office pursuant to Section 82.610 of the Revised Statutes of Missouri by repealing ordinance number 71511, allocating certain other employees to a grade with rate and contain an emergency clause. The provision of the section contained in this ordinance shall be effective June 18, 2023. Board Bill 54, sponsored by Alderwoman Schweitzer and Alderman Aldridge, and an ordinance relating to the position, classification, and salaries of employees in the Parking Division, repealing ordinance number 71551 and enacting in lieu thereof certain new sections relating to the same subject matter and containing an emergency clause. The provisions of the section contained in this ordinance shall be effective June 18, 2023. Board Bill 55, sponsored by Alderwoman Schweitzer and Alderman Aldridge, an ordinance relating to the position, classification, and salaries of the employees in the Treasurer's Office, repealing ordinance number 71550 and enacting in lieu thereof certain new sections relating to the same subject matter and containing an emergency clause. The provisions of the section contained in this ordinance shall be effective June 18, 2023. Board Bill 57, sponsored by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderwoman Keys, and Alderman Aldridge, an ordinance relating to the appointment of and salaries of certain employees in the Sheriff's Office pursuant to Section 57.530, Revised Statutes of Missouri, by repealing ordinance number 71509, allocating certain other employees to a grade with rate, including an emergency clause. The provisions of the section contained in this ordinance shall be effective with the start of the first pay period following approval by the mayor. Board Bill 63, Committee Sub, sponsored by Alderwoman Spencer, an ordinance to regulate employer and employee working relationships between the City of St. Louis and all employees under the Circuit Attorney Office, including the compensation plan, terms and conditions of employment, benefits, leaves of absence, authorizations for a deferred compensation plan, repealing ordinance number 71515, allocating certain other employees to a grade with rate, and including an emergency clause. The provisions of the section contained in this bill shall be effective June of 2023. The following board bills were reported out of the Public Infrastructure and Utility Committee. Board Bill 27, sponsored by Alderwoman Keys, an ordinance authorizing the honorary street name Ronald L. Jones Way, pursuant to ordinance number 68937, which shall begin at the intersection of Fair Avenue and West Florissant Avenue and run north on Fair Avenue to the intersection of Fair and Allergon Street. Board Bill 38, Board Bill 38 as amended, sponsored by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, pursuant to ordinance number 70333 as amended by ordinance number 71394, an ordinance directing the Director of Streets to install the speed humps to calm the flow of traffic on the 5800 block of Maple Avenue and the 1200 block of Euclid Avenue. Board Bill 41, introduced by Alderman Narayan, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Public Service, authorizing and directing the President of the Board of Public Service to enter into a cooperative agreement by and between the Metropolitan Park Recreation District doing business as Great Rivers Greenway District. Board Bill 62, introduced by Alderwoman Schweitzer, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Public Service of the City of St. Louis, establishing multiple public works and improvement projects on Sarah Street, Lindell, Union Boulevard Bridge, Delmar Boulevard, and the Louisiana Avenue within the City of St. Louis, and containing an emergency clause. That is the extent of second reading report of standing committees.
Madam Clerk, if you could please add me as a co-sponsor for 48, 54, 55, 57, and 63.
So noted.
Report of special committees. Oh, Alderman from the 14th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Madam Clerk, could you have me as a co-sponsor to Board Bill 37 Committee Substitute and Board Bill 63 Committee Substitute?
So noted.
Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, after speaking to the sponsor, I'd ask that Board Bill 47 be taken off the perfection consent and put on the regular perfection calendar, please. Are we there yet?
It is already on that.
47.
47. Or 46 or 47?
47.
47 is already on the regular perfection calendar.
Oh, on mine it says consent. Okay, it's been moved already. Thank you.
Oh. On the other. Okay.
No.
Any further discussion? Right. Report of special committees.
We have none.
Board bills for perfection consent.
Board Bill 46, introduced by Alderwoman Schweitzer, an ordinance relating to the appointment of and salaries of certain employees in the Collector of Revenue's Office pursuant to Section 82.610 Revised Statutes of Missouri by repealing ordinance number 71508, allocating certain other employees to a grade with rate, including an emergency clause. The provisions of the section contained in this ordinance shall be effective with the start of the first pay period following approval by the mayor. Board Bill 28, sponsored by Alderman Aldridge, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment authorizing and directing the mayor and the comptroller of the City of St. Louis on behalf of the city to enter into and execute an agreement or agreements with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for the receipt of Choice Neighborhood Implementation Supplemental Grant Funding, appropriating the sum of $5 million contained in an emergency clause. That's the extent of perfection consent calendar.
Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on the motion to adopt the perfection consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, I move that we adopt the perfection consent calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 4th, that we adopt the perfection consent calendar. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Cone. 14 aye votes.
Board bills for perfection.
Board Bill 47, introduced by Alderwoman Spencer and President Green. An ordinance to regulate employer and employee working relationships between the City of St. Louis and all employees under the classified service, including compensation plan, terms and conditions of employment, benefits, leaves of absence, authorization for a deferred compensation plan, repealing ordinance number 71512, allocating certain other employees to a greater rate, and including an emergency clause. The provisions of the section contained in this ordinance shall be effective with the start of the pay period in which the ordinance is approved by the mayor.
Alderwoman from the 8th, you are recognized on the perfection of Board Bill number 47.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Board Bill number 47, I'd like to request perfection of Board Bill 47. Sorry,
Second.
I was getting into the
It's been moved by the
discussion.
Alderwoman from the 8th, seconded by the Alderman from the 4th, that we perfect Board Bill number 47. Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Board Bill 47 is our pay bill. I have to I recognize that it's not on everyone's desk, but there are several copies here. It's 500 pages. It is our standard pay bill, which was prepared by our new Director of Personnel. What it does is it provides for the 3% raise as well as the 1.5% additional incentive raise for our city employees across the board. This package was considered in our budget, so there is no fiscal note because it was already considered in the fiscal year 2024 budget as presented to the Board of Aldermen, and I will take questions.
Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, the Alderwoman already answered, but I still have to go through the motion. If the Alderwoman from the 8th,
yes,
she told me that, would yield to questions.
Would the Alderwoman from the 8th yield to questioning by the Alderwoman from the 12th?
Oh, yes.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you. Alderwoman, I know the momentum task of this. I got to be the chair of public employees, which is the same thing pretty much a few years ago. I had never even been on the Public Employees Committee. So it took me about 5 meetings with then Director of Personnel Franks to go through all of this. This is a lot, an awful lot if people don't understand that. So in this bill, there's a 3% increase across the board for all employees. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And and in this bill, is there also a pay increase for the police, and is it the same?
It is not the same for our police officers. There are The pay for our police department was negotiated through the board of, through our mayor's office and the unions. And so the negotiated terms of those pay levels are included, but they are outside of that 3%, Alderwoman.
And are they, is it an across the board? Do you know, and I know this is outside the bill, so you may not know, is the police raise across the board, or is it different levels for different police officers?
It is my understanding it's different levels across the board, and I don't have the specifics of that in front of me. But again, that was something outside of our deliberations because the negotiations happened outside of the Board of Aldermen.
And I know we have been having a particular hard time in getting truck drivers. And when we tried to give bonuses, when I was the chair of streets, to the truck drivers, all we did was kind of steal the truck drivers that were over in Forestry. So the Alderwoman of now, the 13th, complained because she lost her truck drivers. And so are we doing anything special, or is there any incentives for any of our employees for truck drivers or anything else in this bill that you know of?
That's an excellent question, and I did get a little bit of more clarity here. The budget does include between 8 and 13% increases for police and fire, so to be a little more clear on that question. And the 3% increase for all other employees beginning July 1st, and an additional 1.5% merit awarded on their anniversary of employment. That's merit-based. Okay. So just a little bit of clarity on that other piece. With regards to specific departments, we did go through when we were having hearings on the budget on some of those harder to hire positions, and have discussions with department heads, but we did not get into specific or additional raises for employees in this bill, Alderwoman.
Okay, so if, and I know different departments can give different incentives to try to get people, especially when they can prove that they can't hire people. Would that be included someplace in this budget if they want to do incentives, or would that be something we would have to come back to do an amendment? Do you know?
This was the pay bill as recommended by our new personnel director. Given her kind of new position there, I wanted to respect what was requested by her and her department. But I do think as we move through this year, recognizing the large number of holes and vacancies in our city employee roster, I'm committed to continuing the discussion about making sure that we are moving in the right direction and filling those positions so we can deliver the services that our residents pay for and deserve.
Okay. And were there any significant pay grade changes or anything that you know of in this bill? And I'm just going over, a lot of times when we have big bills like this, nobody knows what's in it except for maybe the sponsor, okay? And that's if you went over it a lot of times, and the personnel. And especially the people out watching us and watching us do the city's business, they just see us pass this big piece of pay, large board bill. Do you know if there were anybody that got any significant changes in pay grades or anything like that? Are you?
That's an excellent question. When I posed that to our personnel director, and we had those discussions briefly, again, it was my understanding that's across the board we were seeing that 3%, and with and then the fire and the police being between 8 and 13%. So, but as far as specific raises outside of that, that was not something that was brought to my attention, and we recognizing that it was 500, we didn't do a comparison line by line, but are really taking the trust of our trusting in our director of personnel to kind of inform us the specifics on that.
And I know as more and more women are in the workforce, or then even men now have children and families. Was there any significant change in our pay leave or absence, or leave of absence, or family medical leave? Was that changed any place?
There was some discussion of considerations for those things, but no significant changes to those compensations that were brought to my attention as a matter of this bill.
Okay. Is there anything that I didn't ask you that maybe I need to know?
No, I appreciate this clarification because you're right. I mean, we did handle this in committee, but really just so the public and the rest of the board that doesn't serve in that committee knows, this bill does just, does the baseline, which is providing that 3% raise, and then the additional merit-based 1.5%. And it is, my understanding that it does no more than that, really, beyond that of any significance. So, and that's why we didn't have the fiscal note associated with it. But I take you bringing up those points about maybe finding additional ways to incentivize folks to work for the city of St. Louis is an important consideration that we need to continue to look into. But it is my understanding it's not handled in this bill.
Well, I'm hoping that the personnel director, because she knows, I was at a meeting with her last night, and she knows how many positions are vacant. And so this looks like a good pay bill, but if we ever can start hiring people, that's going to change significantly in how much money we have to spend. And I'm hoping that we do have to come back with some kind of change, because if we're ever going to get the city's business done, cutting grass and things like that, then we, or just picking up trash, we absolutely have to hire more people. And I'm going to have a conversation with her myself about, I think that we need to pay our truck drivers more money if we're going to get them and compete. Go ahead.
And I want to recognize the alderman from the 14th who pointed out that there are some retention bonuses on top of the 3% in here for some specific. An alderwoman, I can get the specifics of those specific retention for you.
No. I just want to make sure that we could. It's retention bonus instead of recruitment bonuses. Is that we're talking about? Because they're two different things.
They were retention.
Okay, so that they don't leave. Right,
Correct,
and that's a good thing too, because that's my concern is truck drivers. I mean, seriously, I know we need police, but we need truck drivers in forestry. We need truck drivers to pick up trash and refuse and bulk, and our alleys are filthy because we're not picking up trash the way we're supposed to. I want to give a shout out to the forestry department. They are trying, or they have been cutting the lots much earlier. Last year I didn't get my lots cut until August. I'm actually on a second cut. We need a little bit more trimmers, but they are really trying, and I don't know if it is because the city finally did hire private contractors, or it's just forestry getting out there earlier. I hope we do finally hire private contractors to cut this grass, because it is not fair to forestry to have to try to cut grass, and the charter in no way thought that they were going to have to cut 7,000 to 10,000 lots from LRA. That is a separate entity, and we ought to put that and pull that out and show what we're spending on those properties, and it should not be put on forestry, because it makes it look like they're not doing their job when in fact they're trying to do the best job they can with a limited staff. I want to thank you. I have no further questions. I am supportive of this bill. I just wanted to have people know a little bit more about this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alderwoman. I'll also add a point of clarification as well. In order to get this through and get our employees the increases they were expecting by July 1st, we did not have a lot of time to consider this in committee, but I do recognize all the points you're bringing up, and as the committee overseeing the budget and and public employees, will be continuing to consider these issues as we move forward.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? With that, it's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th, seconded by the Alderman from the 4th, that we adopt Board Bill, or we perfect Board Bill number 47. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer.
Aye.
Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
15 aye votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion on the perfection of Board Bill number 47.
Board Bill 49, Committee Sub, introduced by Alderwoman Schweitzer and Alderman Browning. An ordinance pertaining to water rates, finding, determining, and declaring that an increase in certain water rates necessary for certain purposes, defined in certain terms, repealing ordinance number 68694, and a part of ordinance number 63136 with an emergency provision.
Alderwoman from the 1st, you are recognized on the perfection of Board Bill number 49, Committee Substitute.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. I move to perfect Board Bill 49, Committee Substitute.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 1st, seconded by the Alderman from the 9th, that we perfect Board Bill number 49, Committee Substitute. Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you so much. So this bill at its core is about providing safe, reliable drinking water to the people of St. Louis, the businesses in St. Louis, and the people who buy water from the city of St. Louis. In this bill, it opens by saying that these rates hereinafter provided are absolutely necessary to provide revenues sufficient for the maintenance and operation of the city's waterworks and water facilities, to pay the running expenses of the water division, to pay when due the principal of redemption premium, if any interest on all outstanding St. Louis water revenue bonds, and to fund an operating reserve fund and satisfy the requirements of the indenture trust as of dated April 1st, 1994. I will repeat that. This bill is absolutely necessary in order for the Water Division to operate, to provide safe, reliable drinking water. I think if we agree on anything at this board, we agree that safe, reliable drinking water is our most precious resource. We all know the needs that our community has around this topic. We've seen the water breaks in every neighborhood, in every part of the city of St. Louis. In fact, the director provided me this morning that it actually had been 180 water main breaks since October of 2022. And I have a map that I asked the clerk to put in the drive, but they're all over the city. This is an untenable situation. The city is operating its water division in emergency mode. It's been doing that for too long. I, for one, am just really tired of operating in emergency mode all of the time, and I think that we need to do something now. This is our time to come together as a new board, relatively new administration, new president of the board, and to acknowledge the real crisis that we have in the water division, and to vote for needed rate increases to protect our most reliable, our most important resource, which is safe, reliable drinking water. In this bill, you'll see the rates broken down into how much this would increase each person's bill by whether they have a flat rate or a metered rate. That's all in the bill. What this bill also does is addresses one of the issues that was brought forth by Nicole Galloway's audit in 2022, in December of 22, which was that the city of St. Louis consistently has these large, infrequent updates and increases to its water bills, which puts people in a really tough spot, puts businesses in a tough spot. You cannot plan, and that simultaneously recognizing that the water rate that is in this bill going into increases over the next year are covering the maintenance and operation of the water division, and knowing that with these, like I said, 180 water main breaks since October of 2022, the water division is in a situation where it needs every dollar of these increases, and every dollar of these increases will go to operation and maintenance. And the idea that I think we all know is that these costs don't end here. And for the last over a decade, the board has not taken any action to increase the rates, which we can all argue and point blame and talk about that. But in my mind, it's, we could look back or we could look forward, and the CPIU increase that this is included in the bill is about looking forward, is about recognizing that this is about safe, reliable drinking water. It's about future generations being able to have the most precious resource we have in St. Louis, and for, quite frankly, for people to be able to have this resource now. So that's why that piece is in there. I do have an amendment that I think brings forward some of the concerns about this process going quickly. Yes, it's been very quick. I think the bill came to me within a week it was introduced. We have to raise the rates before July 1st so the billing period can start, so that the water division has what it needs to operate and maintain our water structure. So we have a really quick turnaround here, but I don't ever want that to be the case going forward. So the amendment that I will be offering in moments is, and perhaps should just offer now if that's appropriate, is about accountability and adding in layers of review that are mandated by this ordinance that we have to follow, and the Water Division has to provide information so that we can be in a better place going forward to present real information to our constituents, to people who live here and work here. So with that, I would like to introduce Amendment Number 1 to Board Bill 49 Committee Substitute.
Is there a second? Second. I couldn't hear who that second came. Alderman from the 9th. It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 1st, seconded by the Alderwoman from the Alderman from the 9th, that we adopt Amendment Number 1 to Board Bill Number 49 Committee Substitute. Any discussion? Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you. This amendment, what this does is it says the Water Division shall submit an annual update that comes through the Board of Aldermen's Public Infrastructure and Utilities Committee, or whatever name that committee might have in the future, by May 1st. During the month of May, the Board of Aldermen's Committee will be reviewing that report and can ask any questions and ask for any other related documents as requested by the committee. And the report shall be posted on the Water Division's website by May 1st of each calendar year, which would be months before any future increase would take place that is tied to CPI, which allows the board to review that increase as well as the operations of the Water Division. I can't tell you how many different pieces of this conversation came up during our committee meetings, and I'm sure at your time in public meetings talking about this, and my time at public meetings talking about this, where people talk about, why aren't we metered? How do we get more assistance to folks on fixed incomes? How do we sell more water to other places? What can be done to get more money from the state, the federal government? All of these questions that seem to really come to a head when we're in this emergency. Now we have to pass this 40%, but should be something that we're considering every year, so that we really are thinking about our most precious resource, which again is sustainable and reliable, safe drinking water. So that is what this amendment does. It is a start. It does not outline a process as clearly as may come from this start, but I think what I'm trying to do with this bill is take a situation that I don't think any of us want to be in, but unfortunately we are in, and make it better, which sometimes feels like, I think that's the goal here. We're never passing a legislation and saying, this is it, this is the last piece of legislation we'll ever pass, we're done now, we can go home. We're going to keep working on this, and it's going to get better. So this is the amendment to make sure that process is started, and that there would be 2 reviews that are public, posted, all the information is available. I've heard it described as looking under the hood, which I think it's important to do, and that there would be 2 of these that would happen before any future rate increase occurs after this one. So building in a process that holds us more accountable at the board to having these discussions and talking with the Water Division about these rates and making sure all of the correct information is in front of us. So that's what this amendment is, and I appreciate your favorable consideration of Amendment Number 1 to Board Bill Number 49 Committee Substitute.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 4th, are you waiting for to speak on the bill, or?
I'm trying to speak on the bill itself, not the amendment.
Okay. Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, it's Alderwoman from the 1st would yield.
Would the Alderwoman from the 1st yield to questioning from the Alderwoman from the 12th?
Yes.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Alderwoman, so your amendment starts out emergency, this being an ordinary necessary for the preservation of the public. Isn't that already in the bill, an emergency clause?
So the reason this amendment does what it does is to make it so the emergency clause comes last.
Okay.
So it just changes the order.
Okay, right.
Yes, thank you. Great question.
Okay. Second thing is, I'm looking at your amendment about annual updates to the clerk of the board. You probably don't recognize this because they don't do it. The charter requires every department to give a report to the mayor yearly and to us. We don't get it. So just putting it in there means nothing because the ordinance is not greater than the charter. Right now, we haven't got it. That's part of the reason that those of us who have been around for a while don't trust the system because they don't do what they're supposed to do. I have not gotten any. Once in a while, in the last 10 years, I have got a thing about how great the water department is. And so I have some of those, which I'll share with you. And they are. I used to be the chair of public utilities many years ago and took the tour out there and things like that. We have great water. That's not the problem. It's how we charge people. And we're going to get into that. That's not here in the amendment. So I'll speak to that with your bill. But here, what I'm telling you, this doesn't give us any greater right than we already have under the charter. So if they're violating the charter, they'll violate it, because when you get new people, they don't know you're supposed to have that. That's what happens when you get all new people and you don't believe in seniority and experience and education. You don't know these things, okay? But if you look in the charter, it specifically says every year, when they're doing the budget report, they have to do a synopsis of their departments. And those departments are supposed to send over to the Board of Aldermen as well as the mayor a report on what's going on. That would be improvement if they did it for us, because we would have information. But this is not going to change anything. If he's not doing it already, he's not going to do it anymore. So it's not a bad amendment. I don't have anything against it. I'm just saying they're not following what's supposed to be done. I'm not going to be opposed to the amendment. You can put it again, but I'll send you the charter that says they're supposed to do that, and they just don't do it. We used to get them years ago. Every year we would get them, and that's good for us to make comparisons of what's been going on and things like that, but that's if we're really ready to be oversight instead of rubber stamps. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 8th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I want to, just to speak briefly on the bill itself.
We're on the amendment right now.
Say that again.
We're on the amendment right now.
On the amendment on the bill, yes. I want to first commend the sponsor of this legislation and this amendment for doing an incredibly thankless job here of what I would say saving our water department from insolvency. To speak specifically on the amendment, I think putting in a process for review is an incredibly valuable change, and I want to commend the sponsor for putting something in place. I do want to, I'll speak about the fact that I've got a second amendment to take out the CPI, and I want to bring that just to everyone's attention simply because it is part of what I'm going to talk about with this amendment. I think that having a process is so important when we are unusual in that we have a water department, and our water department, as we all hopefully know, is set up as an enterprise fund, which means that we cannot put general fund into our water department. And so when we learned just, I think 3 weeks ago, that our water department has been running at a $10 and $12 million deficit for the last 2 years, it was truly horrifying. How I have been serving down here at this Board of Aldermen for 8 years and not been aware, this information has not been presented to the Board of Aldermen before that is unbelievable. We are now in a position where if we don't do something, we really risk losing our water department, and this is a terrible, terrible, terrible position for us to be in. That being said, we do own the water department. It's an incredibly valuable asset. I would argue one of the most valuable assets our city has. And so a formal process in reviewing it is incredibly important. Most utilities that we have our electricity, our gas, even MSD, are overseen by commissions. The first two, the gas and our electric, these are monopolies that are granted monopoly status and in exchange for being overseen by the Public Service Commission at the state level. Whenever there's a proposed rate increase for those utilities, there is a formal process. It takes months and months and months. There's public hearings, there's discovery, and I just want to say that I think having a process is an incredibly commendable change. We've owned our water department for over 100 years, and adding some language in there is incredibly important, but I don't think that this amendment goes far enough to outline a process for which the public can ask for specific information, intervene, be provided notice by the water department. But at the same time, really could not commend the sponsor more for the work that she's been doing through this. That being said, recognizing that a process is in place, I could provide language for what I would consider ideal process, or I could ask the sponsor to make a commitment to moving forward with amending the process to include some additional pieces that would maybe include a procedural schedule, notice to the public, and other good governance to overseeing rate increases moving forward. And I guess I would inquire of the Alderwoman from the 1st if she would yield.
The Alderwoman from the 1st yield to questioning from the Alderwoman from the 8th.
Yes, thank you so much. First of all, I just want to say, you and I have talked about this so much. I really appreciate your advocacy for consumers and the ratepayers here, and that's really important. I think that we have sort of two pieces of this that are crucial to identify. One is the need to make sure that we're maintaining this crucial infrastructure, and the second is that the stakeholders, the owners of this crucial infrastructure, feel like they're getting their money's worth for it. So I appreciate, really talking through those two pieces so much. Yes, the reason this amendment gives is worded the way it is to make sure that a process is established, that there is a due date for reports, that the committee has to be able to see this presentation and ask any questions that it wants. I think that creating a good process from there is very possible. I mean, if we talk about the committee is requesting information and we work to have a discovery piece in our committee hearings where we agree on a set of questions that experts are asking us to ask, that's our right to ask those questions. As the chair of that committee, I can say that I'm certainly committed to making this as good of a process as possible, and I kind of, like I said in my initial remarks, I think this is better, not perfect, and so I think as long as people are willing to commit to keep working on it and to keep making it better and work together, I think that we'll be able to come up with something that hopefully makes this process just much better. Sorry for keep using the same word, everybody, going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, again, having some formal process is important, but I think kind of outlining to the public, one of the things I really worry is that the vast majority of residents and ratepayers don't know this is coming. So they're going to get their July bill, and that's going to be the first notice that they're going to have this big increase. And to the Alderwoman from the 12th point, we're supposed to get reports. I've passed resolutions to require that the street department, the planning department, provide a report every year on crashes and fatalities and where those are happening. We never get any of these reports that we are requesting, and so I think one of the fears I have moving forward is that our constituency, our residents, are going to be very, very ticked off on July the 3rd when their bill comes in, and they have a right to be, because the public input through this process, not to the fault of the sponsor or even to this body, but we have been given the unenviable task of having to deal with a massive, massive oversight in the running deficit of our most precious utility, our water. We fail to remember that if you don't have running water in your building, you don't have occupancy. You cannot live. You can live without electricity. If Ameren cuts off your electricity or Spire cuts off your gas, you can still live in your home. But if the water department cuts off your water, you are not allowed to live in that dwelling anymore. And so this is a very, very dangerous position. And so I would really like to, I don't want this to be the end of the process that we're promising our residents that we're going to do moving forward. I want to give our public the right to have more formal notice, a process they can rely on, just like at the state level with the Public Service Commission, and be able to ask for pertinent information and more than just a report that we may or may not get, depending on on the year. And so I would be really happy and honored to be able to help create a process that looks more formal and more reliable moving forward. If we could make a commitment today to doing that, recognizing that we are just in a very, very unfortunate position right now. And I am committed to making sure that we do have the funds we need to continue operating our water department. With that, I inquire that we have a commitment to improving the process moving forward, and I would inquire that of the Alderwoman from the 1st.
Yes, there is a commitment for me to improve the process going forward.
Thank you, Madam President. That's all I have on this amendment.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Alderman from the 14th.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. First off, I also want to commend the Alderwoman from the 1st Ward. She's been very open about this process. I know it landed in her lap kind of out of nowhere, and this has landed in the board's lap also out of nowhere. Like I said, when it comes to this water rate increase, I feel like there's probably not one person that is not down here that say we need to make sure that we make these changes so that we have quality water. Nobody is against ensuring that the water that keep us clean, the water that we drink, continues to run. But also, like the Alderwoman from the 8th Ward said, I'm glad we're putting a process in place. I don't know how far an annual review really goes, especially with not taking the time to engage residents. This whole process, I know I have not been able to engage residents because this bill has just moved so quickly. It is critical if we're going to be, forcing something down the people's throats of the city of St. Louis, that they at least have input on the process. I'm glad to know that the Alderwoman from the 1st, and I truly believe it, that she's willing to take this process further, because I don't think just an annual review does go far enough. I don't know how much control the Water Division have with being able to go in the community to talk to people about where the state of the Water Department is, some of these projects. It's unfortunate that we are not engaging the community on this and being told that we have to do this in such a short time. Over the weekend we've seen several, maybe 16 water main breaks. I was looking at the news and I seen a resident that was out with water for 24 hours, right? These are unfortunate matters, but what's even more unfortunate is that, like Alderwoman from the 8th said, I know a lot of residents in my ward will just see what comes across the news and see that their water rate is going up and feel like they didn't have input in that process. And I would hope, as a board and as the administration, the mayor's administration, which I know this is fell in this lap, we do better with engaging the residents in the community about things that are going to impact their day-to-day lives. It may seem like a small amount. I know some of my colleagues have said, well, I know my residents can pay for it, so I'm just going to be a yes. But you cannot say that for everybody else. $5 and then another $10 can be, food on people's table. It could be the detergent that they use to put in the washer and dryer. So I would just hope that as we move forward on this, because their rate will be going up again next year, and then we're trying to also tie the CPIU without engaging them even on that of beyond 2026, that this will be tied to inflation and the water will continue to go up, that this board, at least now knowing how crucial it is, do more, and I speak for myself, do more with being engaged with this to make sure that our residents are aware of the potential increases that will be in their pockets. So I support the amendment. I wish it went further with community input, but I appreciate the Alderwoman's intent of trying to start a process, because there's no process. That's why we're here now, because there hasn't been a process done and it's just been kicking the can down the road. But I do appreciate the Alderwoman for the 1st and look forward to hopefully working with her to make this go farther than what is currently in the amendment right now. Thank you.
Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, to the point of the Alderman for the 14th, there is a process. Directors can go out with the mayor have meetings. They can come to community meetings. You can call a community meeting, Alderman from the 14th, and request that Director Scobie come. The best process, and I saw it happening, people want to be critical of the last board, but on many things we had in the last board, and Alderman from the first knows it, we had community meetings. We went out to South St. Louis, North St. Louis, the YMCA, churches, and we had community meetings. This should have happened with this bill. I just didn't want to get into it because I'm not voting for the bill, but the Alderwoman from the first should send this bill back to committee. There is no emergency. I will bring some more information. I'm going to vote for the amendment because it's not a bad amendment, but the actual bill itself has no business being passed. It is not an emergency. We have money. Even if we lend it, we have money. We could lend the $250 million while we have community input. We could, and that's how I'm talking about the Rams money we could put up. We could do bond issues. There's a lot of other things. I've had so much engagement from people on both sides of the city about this increase in water bills and how fast we're doing it. Whenever you're doing something this fast, it's not good. And that's when you as an alderperson have to say, I might support what you're doing if you prove it to me in my community, but I don't support a 1 week, have a meeting, one meeting, and then push it through. That is not good government, okay? That is not transparency. That is not anything that people say that they are looking for. When we are increasing bills, $15 one year, $30 next year, doesn't affect me. I'm gonna be able to pay it, but it affects my seniors and people who are older. And I also was here when we did this very same thing with the sewer bill many years ago. And one of my friends was appointed by Freeman Bosley to be on the sewer commission, MSD, and we did some of this very same thing. And I can show you my sewer bill from when I moved in my house was every 3 months, $30, and now it's like $80 or $90. It's something ridiculous, and it's going up. We don't even talk about that we sell water to different municipalities, that we, American Waters buys our water and then raises the rate. We have not talked about when is the last time we raise the water rate on the people we sell it to, because that would be who I would want to sell it to first. We haven't talked about doing a bond issue. We haven't talked about so many other ways that this can be done, and one meeting does not give you the time to do that. I'm telling you, my inbox is full from people from Jeanette Mox Alford to all kind of people saying, how about this, what about this, what about that? These are people I respect, and we're not being fair to the people who we are representing. I would really wish that the Alderwoman would send this back. As I said, I'm not going to vote against your amendment, but there is no emergency. That's a made-up emergency. We have something called water efficiency. What they're supposed to give us about when is the last time they raised rates, how they did it. You don't have any of that. The last time I can see we did that was 2013. This is 2023. There's a lot of things that you all don't know because you're new. But these things were talked about, and the reason why the rates didn't get raised, because they never provided answer. So then you come and you say, oh, this is an emergency. Kurt Scobie was here when the mayor got here. She reappointed him. He knew all of this then. It was his job to tell her, not make this be an emergency today. This was his job to say, Madam Mayor, we need to get on this, because I can show you all kind of stuff that I'll forward to the board, in which we have talked about this year after year after year. But the best way to make an emergency is to say it is one, and we got to do that. What'll happen if we don't pass it? We'll still have money. We only have 90 days worth of revenue that we keep for the water department. Absolutely ridiculous, okay? Absolutely ridiculous. And again, I hear the mayor saying, I'm not in a hurry to spend this $250, this generational. I right now would tell you, I would support taking all $250 million and put it in the water. I do not want to be Michigan. I don't want to be poor black people not being able to have clean water. So to me, if you can ever really look at what could be something generational, is having clean water for your generation, okay? So I'm okay with not spending it on some other things I would love and just putting that into water, putting a bond issue, but not putting it on the people who have worked so hard and thought that they were middle class or lower working middle class, and then all these stuff, cost of living has continued to go up. Bills have continued to go up. We know seniors that make a decision about food or medicine or how to pay for where they're going to live. So what you think is little is not, and it's not right what we're doing. Her amendment Alderman, your amendment is fine. I support that, and I'm going to vote for it. I already told you that I was not going to vote for the board bill because it's a made-up board bill. And you have the strength and character. Send that board bill back. Tell the mayor, okay, I know that's what you want. Have hearings. Let the people, even if you still have to come back and do it, a couple of weeks is not going to stop anything. There is no real emergency. We have all kind of money sitting around. They want to reference the ARPA money, but there's no restriction on the RAMS money. So give some of that up. Say we're going to put $10 million to carry over the water department until we make sure that our community is on board with what we're doing. That's all I'm saying. You don't have to do it that way. I think you have the support on the board if you would do that. You're handling the bill. You're the chair of the bill. You can send it back. You can have hearings out in the community. It's a much better way. And you have to hear when people criticize, and they're going to bring you valid data that's out there of why this has not occurred. And shame on Mr. Scobie if he did not let the mayor know that we needed to do this 2 years ago. And shame on the mayor if he did let her know, and then she didn't do anything, and then they put that pressure on you. I know that's hard. It wouldn't be hard for me at all. I'd be like, no, I'm not doing that, and we're going to have hearings every place because water is, it affects everybody, and it affects our next generation, and clean water is important. And again, I would say, take the whole $250 whatever odd $million of the RAMS money and put it into a good start with a bond issue and redo our water. Let's be smart. And then also let's start doing meters. We're not even going to talk about the history I know about how we didn't do meters. Okay, let's raise our water rates to the people who are buying water from us first. Let's show that we've done everything we can before we say we're going to take a 2 or 3 week process and pass water rates around. So just to address what you said, there are ways to bring people out. And you yourself can still call Mr. Scobie and say, I need you to come out and answer questions in my ward because people want to know what the answers are, even while this is going on. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Any further discussion? If not, it's been moved by the Alderwoman from the first, seconded by the Alderman from the 9th, that we adopt amendment number 1 to Board Bill number 49, committee substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you all supporting that amendment. I think that makes it a better bill. To discuss more about the specific bill, going back and kind of answering some of the questions that were brought up. You know, when I first had this bill presented to me by the mayor's office and the water division, I was really skeptical. I maybe even said to some of you that, you know, there's no way this is needed. This can't be true. And then I started asking questions, getting all of the information, really seeing what was going on and how close the water division is to the brink of not being able to fix massive water breaks big and small. I handed out to you just now. It shows every water main break, service, and all of that that's happened in your specific ward since October of 2022. We've had water main breaks all over the city. This is a citywide issue. What this rate increase does now is addresses the very real need to get money into the system in a recurring way that is possible for the water division to operate going forward. What it simply doesn't address is the $400 million of infrastructure needs that the water division has. That is where I do believe that we need to be looking at putting in any American Rescue Plan Act funds that end up needing to be reallocated. I hope that I would have your support here to look at some of the infrastructure needs that have dollar amounts tied to it and start allocating to specific projects that can get done, as well as perhaps a option for some of the money for the next few years for water assistance. That would be an option, or utility bill assistance for those years. That's an option as well. There's so much more that we could do to improve the situation that we're in, but the first thing we have to do to improve the situation that we are in is make sure that the revenue is meeting the cost, which right now it is not. For the last 2 years, over $30 million has been pulled from reserves. That is not a sustainable place to be in. Should we have used ARPA funds for this? Probably all of us are nodding right now thinking hindsight's 2020, and yes, we should have. And again, if we have to reallocate any ARPA funds, I hope to have your support in doing so. With looking at RAMS funds, that's $250 million that's earning interest. I'm not sure of the exact number it's at right now, but it is earning interest. And I do think that that piece of interest earning on that money is crucial, because one of the things that I realized being in those budget hearings for the last few weeks is we really need to be thinking about sources of revenue for our city, because we are not providing the services that we need to be providing. Every department seems to be operating in emergency mode. I think it's not easy, because it's still hard to say, but we could spend $250 million of RAMS funds all on the water division, but it'd be gone. That's how much the water division needs. Gone. Is that what we want to do with this money that is not tied to any expiration date? Simultaneously, we have the lowest water rates in the region. City residents pay half of what St. Louis County does. We do have a process in place in which people who are buying our water have to pay the cost plus 18% profit. So as cost goes up, which costs are going up, their rates go up too. And those contracts are negotiated, the next one's up in 2 years. And yes, we should be thinking about how much we're charging elsewhere for water, and that is definitely a piece of it. So is every other federal and state grant that the administration in the water division has been applying for. One of the things I sent you all is an alternative funding document that goes over every application that has been made in all of the places that water funding is possible to get. A piece of that is so crucial, though, is that oftentimes for these federal programs, the city has to have a local match, which means that if the water division has no money in reserves, it can't apply for the assistance to come from elsewhere. So right now, we're in a situation which we literally did not get as much state funding, Build Back Better funds, that the water division hoped and thought it would get. Because the water rates are so low in the city of St. Louis, it knocked our application to a tier that didn't get as much money as places that have higher water rates. The state and federal government don't seem convinced that the residents of St. Louis really care about their water, it seems, because of how low the rates are. So I think we have to look at this as a whole picture, and this is one piece of that picture. We owe it to ourselves, our children, the future generations, to protect our most valuable resource, which is clean, safe, reliable drinking water. This is what this bill tries to do as one piece of that. It is not going to answer every question. I would not say it's a perfect bill. I would say this process has moved faster than I would ever want it to, but I truly believe that it's an emergency. I think you all understand from what your constituents tell you with their water service, with water main breaks that happened in so many of our areas this past year and before that it is an emergency. Not having water into your home for any period of time is an emergency, and this is a necessary bill, and I appreciate you all considering it, and I hope to earn your support for it.
Any further discussion? Alderman from the 4th.
Thank you, Madam President. I think we're probably all frustrated with this. I know I am. There were 16 water main breaks this weekend. I think about a dozen of them were in the 4th Ward. I know that the infrastructure isn't going to fix itself if there isn't money put towards it. And would the Alderman from the 1st please yield for questions?
The Alderwoman from the 1st yield to questions from the Alderman from the 4th.
Yes. That I was told that ARPA funds were not considered an allocation for this, for water division, is that the administration believed that division. Those funds, instead of going to the city as ARPA funds did for its own allocation, went to the state. The city applied for those funds and received $200,000. That $200,000, which is tiny in the amount of water needs that the city has, is earmarked for a program that will review the lead service lines in the city. That's what the money's for. That's what we have to use it for. And it is, again, an unfortunate, I would say, perhaps miscalculation of how we should have prioritized water in ARPA funds, which is why I keep saying if a dollar comes back to the board to be reallocated, I hope everyone is willing to commit to putting water division needs first.
Thank you. And then you briefly touched on the federal infrastructure funds. Who thought that we were going to get all this money in the federal infrastructure funds that we didn't? Who sold that bill of goods?
That's what I was told by the administration and the water division for their thoughts here. That's the answer I have.
And what about the RAM settlement fund money? I've had people come in, people email me, call me, et cetera, and say, you do have, you know, a $250 million that you're sitting on. It seems like you got a $250 million of problems. You know, there's a solution there.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. You know, one of the things that I always want to come back to when people bring up the city getting $500 million of ARPA funds is because the city is in such a dire financial situation in so many ways that was the amount that was given in those funds. So it acknowledged the situation. It was never supposed to be, hey, here's $500 million, now your problems are fixed, you have you're done, you don't have to do any more work, but to address a lot of things. I mean, the amount of need the city still has, even with the allocations of ARPA funds, are enormous. We were looking in our budget for trying to fund a receptionist in the health department and couldn't find the money. I mean, we are not in a great position, honestly. And with the $250 million of RAMS funds, I am not in favor of spending all of it at once and having that money be gone. I do think that we need to be really strategic and smart with how we both invest the money to have it keep earning returns for the generations to come, as well as spending it on projects that make changes, at a yearly basis, that it can be a yearly source of revenue for the city for generations to come. I do agree with that. I do believe that some of it needs to be spent on the water division. I do not believe that these rate increases alone are sufficient and we can just walk away and be done thinking about the water division. That's why I'm excited about the amendment that allows for us to ask all of our questions and have this review and report that needs to be submitted by May 1st. And I do think that process, as it evolves and improves and strengthens, will hopefully help us to have better answers to these questions going forward.
And you may not know the answer to this, and I totally get that. I just think maybe you would have looked at this. I know that we haven't had a rate increase in a decade. Do you have any idea of what other utilities have done during that time, as far as, how does this rate increase fit in with what consumers have seen on other utilities?
This increase is a lot lower than overall what consumers have seen from other utility increases. And
you mentioned that the folks that we sell the water to, St. Charles, Missouri Water, that is cost plus 18%, you said? How is that cost calculated? Because it sounds like we're not covering costs.
Right, yeah, that's the that would be some formula of their cost to produce their particular amount of water. I don't know how that cost is calculated, and perhaps we could get that to everybody.
And I'll just say, St. Charles is not part of the ZMD. They contribute nothing to the city by their popular vote. Why are we not charging them price plus 1,000%?
That's a good question. I do think that the contracts and the negotiation process needs to come to light a little bit more, and that's something that all of those contracts will certainly be one of those things I ask for when we have this review process every year. I do think that it's important for weight to be pulled on this rate increase from not just residents of the city of St. Louis, but from everyone who's buying water, and I think that we have the ability to increase how much water is sold and who buys it. So going forward, that is going to be, again, our most precious resource, the thing that St. Louis has that other people are going to want as we move into our climate future.
And where else can St. Charles buy their water from?
I don't know that there's a lot of choice from them. Maybe Dasani. Missouri American Water, who we sell water to too. So, I mean, there's, you know, there's not a ton of competition when we set these contracts, and I do think that, you know, this rate increase will likely affect future contracts, and I think that we'll probably want to make sure that it does.
And who's responsible for negotiating those contracts?
The administration would be responsible, but I don't know who's in the room.
Okay. Yeah, because, you know, I'm very frustrated with this. I think a lot of us probably are. I feel like I'm being strong-armed into fixing a problem because I know the way that people reacted when there was some concern that someone wanted to privatize our water some years back. And I know that that's not a popular idea, and I know not having a legislative fix here, kind of all roads lead to the water department becoming insolvent and, you know, someone privatizing it. But I think whoever's negotiating these contracts, whoever it is, and I hope that your review board in your amendment shed some light on that, because until St. Charles joins the ZMD, as far as I'm concerned, they can't buy water from anywhere else. Why don't they pay for it?
Yes, I agree that I would like to make sure that all revenue streams are being considered as thoughtfully as possible so that our residents and are not bearing an disproportionate amount of the burden. I think that has to be the goal. I appreciate those comments a lot. I feel the same way.
And then I know, you know, for a lot of lower income folks, you know, they rent, so they're not necessarily paying their water bill depending, but would you be open to some sort of rate freeze for seniors who you know, own their homes that are paying these bills?
On this bill?
Either as part of the review process, or, you know, however it needs to happen.
I think all of, you know, this bill, I'm pretty committed to that this is what's needed. But I do want to point out that there is assistance for folks who need help paying their bill. That's on the Water Division's website. I've told people when I've talked to them that, you know, if you need help with this, reach out to me. I will help you directly. I will make sure that people get help they need. But with the ongoing review process, I do think, you know, that's one of the things I mentioned should be on the table, is how people get assistance, how we charge people in a more equitable manner. You know, what does metering make more sense than we're being kind of presented that it does? I think all of these questions have to be part of the conversation, and I am committed to having those conversations.
Speaking of metering, I know a lot of us are on a flat rate right now. I think that essentially punishes people who live alone in larger houses, which, you know, a lot of, you know, seniors live in larger houses because they've had a family there. What's the cost on putting a meter on?
I believe it's around $3,000, $3,200.
And any concept on the breakdown on how long that takes to pay for itself?
No, you know, I think the Water Division has argued to me that it's actually people who have meters are generally paying more than people who don't. I think that it's worth having that discussion as part of the review.
Is there any assistance programs that you know of for seniors or lower income folks to get a water meter if they think that, you know, metered water would be less expensive for them than the flat rate?
Not that I know of, but I think that would be a really interesting use of any reallocated ARPA funds.
Thank you for yielding. I have no further questions. I will say, just to anyone out there who is listening and negotiating these contracts, I think St. Charles needs to be paying their fair share. And I hope that whoever's negotiating these contracts realizes that the same way that they've contributed nothing to the city of St. Louis. They've intentionally opted out of programs while continuing to use our assets, come in to see, come into our stadiums, use our zoo, come to our museums, so on and so forth. This is something where we can absolutely make them pay their fair share, and I think we should. I think that this is one of the rare opportunities that we have to say, hey, listen, you don't have control over this. Build your own water division otherwise. And I would urge the administration when they're negotiating this to make sure that St. Charles pays their fair share so that the city of St. Louis isn't yet again carrying the burden for people who live out in St. Charles. With that, I'll yield.
Alderwoman from the 13th. Alderman from the 4th, you want to help her with the microphone? Okay.
I was like, I'm tired of messing with that. And so what I see, the cart has went on down the street. The horse trying to catch up with it. Because again, we're in the firefighters mode. I applaud Alderwoman Schweitzer because she came and hit this mountain. But after Alderman Narayan spoke, it just shows that we have so much work to do. And again, the community has not been included in this process. So we campaigned or we preached that we were going to be transparent and make sure the community is in the process. And so I'm asking that we get the community to hear what they have to say, because I asked the same questions Alderman Narayan asked. Well, is it programs to help people that can't pay the water bill? And all of a sudden, oh yeah, we got these programs. Well, nobody knew about them. Then they came back, oh, we got federal programs. Nobody knew about them. So we keep continuously letting the cart go on down the road, and the horse hasn't caught up with them yet, because we don't make sure all our I's are dotted and T's are crossed. If this board is going to be as professional as they say they are, we need to make sure that we are informing residents and going through processes to make sure things are being done. The big question to me is, why didn't the water department, because I asked this question 4 years ago, are you looking for dollars, federal and state dollars, in regards to the water? I asked MSD and water. They said, oh yeah, we got this. Then they come back this year and said, no, we didn't get it. So my question is, who's applying for the grants or the dollars to get the leverage for that department? How are they being inspected? How will we know who's doing what they're supposed to be doing? Because this seems like it's a lot of holes in this department. And so my question is, my question to this board is, if I have 33 fire hydrants that don't function, that's putting my fireman life in jeopardy and my residents' life in jeopardy. I got 21 water main breaks. Me and Alderman Narayan looked at these water main breaks. I don't think that's accurate, because I'm telling you, I can give you other areas beside the 21 that are water main breaks. So we need to make sure, one, we inform the community and we listen to what they have to say, and two, we need to walk this through to make sure this is not going to hurt people that can't pay. We already got people that can't pay their bills as it is. So that's my concern. I'm just telling everybody, the cart's going down the street. The horse can't catch up with her, because it's the more that Alderwoman Schweitzer is digging, the more dysfunctional it's showing of the water department and what they should have been doing to get us ahead of this, and it hasn't happened. So I'm sitting on this board. Haven't been here longevity as Balmer and Tyus, but I know every year they have a capital committee meeting. And so my question is, where was the urgency then when he started saying he was dwindling these funds? So I'm just really concerned. I want to hear, and I want my residents to hear what's going on and what we as a board are looking to ensure that it's not a lose-lose all the way. And I'm not blaming who's in office now, because this was happening, I know, 20 years ago. So it's not nothing that just started. So I'm saying we need to slow our roll and look at what are we doing. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 8th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. If it's appropriate now, I'd like to introduce amendment number 2. Amendment number 2 to Board Bill 49 and committee substitute. It would remove the CPI language, the automatic rate increases. And I want to speak about this just briefly. I want to say I really appreciate and understand the intent of the CPI increases. You know, I think the intent would be that we wouldn't be in this position again, but I want to caution this body, this oversight body. We are tasked with being the oversight commission for our public utility, the water here, and say that we would be, this is fairly unprecedented. I think we would be the only public utility that has a rate increase that is tied to something other than the cost of providing that utility service. When you have a utility, the cost of providing that public utility should be tied to nothing other than what it costs to actually provide it to the public. And we should justify every rate increase with the cost of doing business as a matter of a good utility policy. I wear, many of you know, I also serve in a volunteer capacity on the board of the Consumers Council of Missouri, which is an organization which advocates for low-income consumers and utility rate cases and other matters. And so I have the pleasure of being sort of being well informed on this issue. We really, there's not another utility that I'm aware of or that we could find that ties has an automatic increase tied to anything. But I do really appreciate the intent here. I think the intent is to prevent us from being here in this place again. Not only I will point out that this is just would be unprecedented, and I don't think is really in line with the way utilities are regulated or their rates are considered. But secondly, I think it also, as the Alderwoman from the 1st has pointed out, we have an enormous amount of need, $450 million. Checking this box with an automatic rider or an automatic increase, I think puts us in an unfortunate position of feeling like we've done our due diligence when we haven't. I think we need to really review on an annual basis, on a maybe not annual, but a very regular basis, what the cost of providing that utility to our consumers is, and justify that with data. And I think we'll find, unfortunately, that the rate increases should be even higher than we're considering right now, because the need is so great and we have kicked the can down the road for so long. As we've pointed out, this isn't new, but certainly we are in an unprecedented time, with regards to the deficit here. So my removal of the automatic rate increases, I think, is in line with what the public would expect. I think, and I'm hopeful that we could consider, that process moving forward of reviewing the cost of providing our water service. We right now produce twice as much water as we consume. We have enormous capacity to sell more water. If we can move that in the right direction, we could really be in a good position. And I hope moving forward as climate change, et cetera, being at the confluence of two major the biggest river in the United States. We are in the middle of the biggest watershed in the United States. We have an unprecedented asset on our hands and our access to water here. And I think this asset is going to continue to increase in value as access to water continues to decrease nationally and across the globe as our climate continues to change based on the sheer volume of humans and the consumption that we participate in on a regular basis. But that being said, I will take questions on the removal of the CPI, and I'm in favor of a review process that includes much more rigor moving forward.
Any further discussion? Alderman from the 9th.
Yes, would the Alderwoman from the 8th yield for questions?
Of course. And
Would the Alderwoman from the 8th yield to questioning from the Alderman from the 9th?
Yes.
I guess my question is, and let me start off by saying I do appreciate the concern. I think we all acknowledge the absolute, vital resource that is our water, and that we are sitting in the largest, as you said, the largest watershed. This is a resource we have a lot of, and I think there will be ample time to explore additional sources of revenue in the future. What we have here in front of us today is, as we've said multiple times, an emergency. My question for you is, what leads you to think that future boards will take this as seriously as we're taking it right now? When one, we're dawdling on even doing it right now, and we've had multiple chances in the past to do this. I mean, I'm going to read from an article here from 2016. Homeowners and business in the city of St. Louis could see their water rates go up by more than 20% over the next 3 years under legislation being considered by the St. Louis Board of Aldermen. Goes on to describe how it's a phased increase, so it won't hit people so hard. It goes on to explain why this is necessary. The board hasn't done what it's needed to do in the past, so why should we trust it to do what it needs to do in the future by divorcing this from a CPI index?
Well, I wanted to give some credit here to the aldermen. I mean, or at least recognize that the Board of Aldermen can't do its job in regulating a utility we don't know is running at a deficit. I mean, there was a consideration in 2016 to raise rates. That did not pass. But, did anybody know down here that the water department was running at a $10 million deficit last year, or a $12 million deficit the last 2 years? We cannot do our job if we are not made aware that our departments don't have the funds that they need to function. We are the first full-time board that this city has ever had. Imagine doing this with as a part-time role with half the staff that you currently have. There's no way that a legislative body could do due diligence and do that work without guidance from the management team of the city, which is outside of the Board of Aldermen. That is the administration. And we were not given that proper opportunity. I take your point that without having that, the city failed its residents by making sure on a regular annual basis that our water department was solvent. Failed to do that. My fear is that does not provide a reasonable reason to annually to do something which is unprecedented, have an annual rider on a utility. Utilities, the cost that we charge consumers should be based on the cost to provide that service, period. And there should always be a rigorous rate review. The city failed, make no bones about it, but that does not mean, in my opinion, we should move forward with a I don't want to use bad language here, but half-assed approach to making our water department solvent. I don't think a CPI is a rigorous look at the cost. Again, I have to commend the sponsor here and everybody who's considering this, and all of us, because we are not utility experts. We are not utility policy experts. We are a legislative body, and it is unusual that we have our own municipal utility. And because we have that awesome asset, our water department, we have to be very careful. And I think what's going to happen moving forward is our public is going to get their bill in July and go, what in the heck is going on here? And if they are going to understand that it's going to go up every year, without due process or public input, that I think we're doing a disservice, and I think we're going to see some angry folks, rightly so. So I want to see a more rigorous approach moving forward, recognizing that that this that the CPI could check a box and make sure that we have some kind of increase. And again, the intent, I think, is well positioned, and there is no doubt in my mind that the intention here is to be in the public's best interest. But I don't think that, I think the unintended consequence of it is a failure on the part of the Board of Aldermen should we pass that.
Well, thank you. And I do appreciate, I did see you at the committee meeting where we discussed this, and I appreciate that you took the time to be there and ask questions during that as well. I am opposed to this amendment because I do not think that we can trust future boards to take this up and give the appropriate increases in the time that they need to be given by. Right now, we are finding ourselves in an emergency. We've discussed the $26 million that the Water Division had in reserves, spent $24 million of it last year, and now we've had multiple breaks. I'm pretty sure they've already burned through the remaining $2 million. The suggestion that we take a one-time payment, like the Rams money, to give the Water Division a boost would be like suggesting to take a second mortgage out on your house in order to solve an income problem. It solves your problem right now, but it will not solve it in the future. And again, I have to emphasize that this is simply to cover the current operating costs of the Water Division. This is not to get fancy new pipes or, do huge projects. We will have to budget money for that in the future, and we should. And I look forward to having discussions about how we can improve this process in the future. I know I'm new to this board, and I know that not all of you know me very well, but I have always been a very big proponent of community engagement. I believe people have a right to know what's going on and have their voices heard about it. The reason I am in favor of moving this bill forward today is because community input will not change the facts on the ground here. It will not remove the emergency. It will only make it worse, and that it will delay the necessary action that we need to take today and put us in a deeper hole than we need to be. I think we should all make a diligent effort to go out and educate our communities about this, hear from them, talk to them, share resources with them about how they can seek and receive assistance should this be a financial burden to them. And I know that we have programs in place, both the state of Missouri and the Collector of Revenue's office are willing to work with people on this. I am in support of the bill today without Amendment 2 because I think this is an action that we must take, even though it is not fun, even though it will not go over well with the general public. It is something that we need to do as leaders of this city so that we have a solvent and safe, reliable drinking water for our city.
Thank you. I will say that, I do recognize your commitment to community engagement. I think that's something we've all seen from you, and I appreciate that you brought down here. A CPI, an annual increase that's based on the cost of living, the consumer price index, is the opposite of community engagement, and I think really enables future boards to increase the rates without the community engagement that I believe our water consumers deserve the right to participate in. They deserve the right to not only be part of those discussions, but be part of a discovery process and a data delivery process that is reliable and provides rationale for the rate increases. Although I do appreciate the intent of not letting our city be in this position again. It just is, to me, the opposite. When we put in a way to annually increase rates without community engagement, that even if it seems small, just 3 or 4%, it is still increasing your rate without public discourse. And to me, that's a real failure on our part to engage the public.
Any further discussion? I'm going to go Alderman from the 3rd, Alderwoman from the 12th, Alderman from the 14th.
Hello. Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the amendment. I'm planning to vote for the bill. I would like to commend the mayor's office and the sponsor of the bill for taking action on this very important matter. In my several years down here, this is, I believe, the only maybe second time that this has come out to the full floor of the Board of Aldermen. So I do appreciate that we're finally having a robust conversation about this. I do think that there's other factors that need to be taken into consideration, but certainly also applaud the sponsor of the bill for her earlier amendment with respect to the reporting from the Water Division. As our colleague from, and I'm still trying to place wards with numbers, but I believe the 12th ward mentioned that's already a requirement. We're supposed to be receiving these annual reports from many of our departments already, and unfortunately do not. But that aside, I do think it's an important step that we have this conversation regularly. I think that with this particular part of the bill, tying it to CPI, we had this conversation when we worked on minimum wage. CPI is not a consistent or regular indice that's appropriate for these types of actions. CPI is highly volatile. Many of us have experienced inflation the last 3 years. And also, when we have recessions or depressions, it goes down. And I don't think that any of us are going to support decreasing water rates after CPI goes down. So, I think that there's a better measure that we could be using versus CPI. But I think at the heart of this conversation as well, going back to the accountability, I think that we do need to have, if there will be a continuous metric in place by which we need to do increases, we should have a water rate commission or something of that nature that would review increases before they're passed along to the consumers. The other facet of this particular part of the bill that I get concerned about, and I haven't heard any clarity on it yet, is whether or not this would violate the Hancock Amendment of the Missouri Constitution. So the Hancock Amendment, basically does not provide or does not allow cities to increase or levy new taxes. And we are allowed to charge fees for services underneath Hancock. But that's exactly what that is, a fee for service. And tying something to an inflationary measure like a CPI, where it's not directly tied to the budgetary needs of the department, could I would need a legal opinion on this, but could potentially violate the Hancock Amendment as well. That's why we have severability languages in all of our board bills. But I do think that there is a better way to address this particular concern. Again, I plan to vote for the board bill as a whole. I think we are in a very dire situation with respect to our water division, and we need to move things forward. And I believe I've heard commitments from the sponsor, who's also the chair of the Public Utilities Committee, to continue these conversations and to work with the board and our constituents and various stakeholders and the administration to continue to better the process around rate review and rate increases going forward. So I look forward to continuing those conversations, but I'll be supporting this particular amendment and would ask for folks' favorable consideration as well. And then also I reiterate my commitment to voting for the bill overall. Thank you.
Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, I am also in support of this amendment, as I was the First Amendment, even though I think the First Amendment didn't bring us anything because we already have those rights. The alderman from the 3rd.
3.
What are you?
That's 3.
I got it right. The 3rd said many of the things that I was going to say about the CPI, but I want to address this thing that the previous boards didn't do what we needed to do with water. We did so. We addressed it. We stopped the water department from being sold. As we did, we stopped the airport from being sold. When you're new, you don't know your history, so you make assumptions that you don't know anything about at all. And if you don't want to make people be assuming things about you, stop assuming that the board didn't do their jobs. The reason that the water bills didn't get out of committee and to the full floor, to speak to the alderman from the 3rd, because it was a bunch of malarkey, and so it couldn't get past the committee. And we didn't have anybody coming into us at the last moment and saying this is an emergency. This is a made-up emergency to me, not because water's not important, but because we're just having this target date. We got to have this money by July the 1st. No, we don't. And again, I will say I don't care if we spend all of the $250 million thereof on money that would improve our water, because I still don't know anything better. But we could take part of that money, put 50 million, 25 million, whatever, put that there, then say, let's go through and look at, is this really the best thing that we're doing? Why aren't we doing bond issues, which we pass all the time? Why aren't we doing other things to raise money instead of, and the last thing is to raise money on our people. The alderman from, what is the, Alderman Ryan is the second? Fourth. 24th, right? Okay, now I remember you, okay? Okay, he was exactly right when he talked about why don't we raise our rate on the county or St. Charles, one of the fastest growing communities, St. Peter's, because they get their water from American Water, because we sell them that water at a discount. Okay, and we tell them that they are the bulk people and we are the consumers. They are the consumers, not us. This is our water. The reason why they pay whatever we say they have to pay, because they would have to spend a lot of money and a lot of time to build a water processing plant. We got it, they don't. I never heard of people who have something so valuable and then discount it and try to make and pass it on to the people. I will also remind you, and the alderman from the 3rd knows this, when he first came down here, Anheuser-Busch, I am for meters. Anheuser-Busch offered to put meters on, start helping the city do meters all over. And they wanted, I think, an adjustment on their water bill. They're one of our biggest water users. That was a great deal, because we really should have started doing meters when we changed the whole way we did sewers. Because really, we get charged for sewer bill that has nothing in relationship to if you use that much sewer, okay? And they've come before my committees on many times and stated that. They just decided to hook up sewer to your water bill. Now, so your water bill is charged by how many bathrooms you have. Let's just talk about how crazy that is, okay? So if I have 4 bathrooms in my house and I'm one person, they charge me more than a bathroom in a house with 10 people, because they don't have any way to meter the water. So they just made up some things. When I have challenged Mr. Vizentainer, in case you didn't know, that was before Kurt Scobie, they will readily admit our water bill has nothing to do with reality, okay? It's just something that they came up with. That is absolutely ridiculous. It wasn't so bad before we tied our sewer bill into this. But once we did that, just look at your sewer bills. And I don't know if you keep them, but I have an original budget when we moved in the house. So it's alarming to me to look at what my sewer bill was and what it is, because we did some things much like this. And then every year or so, we get something from the sewer people that says, if you don't vote for this sewer bill, we're still going to make it a larger bill anyway. And we are pricing people, while we're talking about rent, making sure we look out for people in their rent. We're not looking out for our seniors who maybe thought that they had enough money put aside, but now all kind of things have happened. Water's raised, the food, the pandemic, everything. And then we're saying we're going to just keep raising this money. And again, if you lose your water, that's the easiest way to be put out of your house, because if you cannot pay your water bill, then they don't even have to go through the building division. They can go through the health department and they shut you down. So there is no reason that we shouldn't have a report before us saying we tried to raise the water rate on St. Charles, St. Peter's, American Waters, and they refused because they said they're going to build their own plant. Even if they said that, they still couldn't do that for how many years? We'd have enough money. There's no reason for us not to be talking about why we don't do a bond issue for this, okay? There's no reason that we'd say this is an emergency. This is not. This is a made-up an emergency. We got $250 million sitting in the bank. At one point, wasn't getting interest, but now I understand we are. So even though the mayor says, oh, I just want to do something different with that, that's just her wishes. But reality sometimes sets in, and you say, well, I wanted to take all 250, but I'll take 225, 200, and then the rest I'll put toward water, and then we'll look at some other options, and we'll have hearings and transparency. We'll hear what the people are going to say. The alderman from, I don't know, the 9th, or whatever he is, Alderman Browning said that, well, the people are not going to want it. They're not going to want it, but we represent the people. We represent their wishes, and so we have to be able to convince them that we've done the best that we can in making this a good bill. And introducing it and having one hearing on one afternoon is not good process. Now, for all the people who've come down here after me and said that whenever we were hearing other bills, if we had done that with the airport bill, the airport would be sold. But we went through the process and we were able to stop the airport from being sold. So if you hurry up and do things so that people can't bring things to you and bring things up before you, that's what gets to be a problem. This is an excellent beginning to changing this bill. I've already told you I am not in favor of this bill because we have not had true transparency. I also want to bring your attention to something that was put out in March of 2013. It's called an Adequacy of Current Water Utilities Revenues Report. I sent it to a couple of aldermen. I'm going to send it to all. We did that March 6, 2013. We've not done another one in 10 years. They told us all kind of things we should have done. Mr. Scobie was here. He's the director. The alderman asked who negotiates these contracts. Mr. Scobie is part of the people who negotiate these contracts. So I don't blame the mayor because she was new, she never been an alderperson, she doesn't know about water rates. But that's why you hire your directors. And your directors are supposed to point out to the mayor, hey, we got this thing sitting on our desk here and we haven't done another one. We should be doing these every couple of years. We haven't done one since 2013. This is 2023, 10 years. But all what we're talking about was in that one. That's not the Board of Aldermen's fault. That's what a mayoral administration is all about. That's what they're supposed to do. We then get legislation and we talk about how we do it. But if the director of public utilities doesn't bring that to us and say, how can we do some of these things, then we're busy about doing other things. So we're not trying to run the water department or any other public utilities. But that was their responsibility. When they bring it at the last minute and the mayor feels like that that we need to get it done, then put something up. If I need to get something done and I got $250 million, then I'm going to say, look, make sure you have good hearings because I don't want people to say we raised the rate that we could have done a different way. But I'm going to put the first 25 million or 50 million up. And if we find that we really need it, it could be a loan and we can get it back. But there are other ways rather than saying this is an emergency. That's a made-up emergency. If you keep saying that Sharon Tyus is a 4-foot white woman, I'm still not a 4-foot white woman. I'm still a 5'11" black woman. So you cannot make it emergency just because you keep saying it, especially when you have an alternative of how to spend the money or how you can get the money. You cannot just say it's an emergency if you had no money at all. But you to have this money and just say, but I want to do this like this. So you go ahead and put that on to the backs of people and you do it in such a rushed way is a wrong way to do business. And for you to, anybody to say that the prior boards didn't do their due diligence, we did. They just brought BS. It was not good legislation. Just like it was not good legislation for them to sell the water department. Just like it was not good legislation to try to take over the airport. Now, the alderman says, well, what's this mean that we can get this done because future boards may not do this? We're still here. We're at the beginning of a session. Nothing prevents us from coming back and saying, let's send this board bill back. Let's look at other things. You're still here. If it's still the only way, you still can do it. You're just trying to make it a target date, a made-up emergency that we got to do it when you're right here. You're a supermajority. So if there really is nothing else that can be done and you really want to hear about and you really want to have people engaged, this is the way you do it. What would happen if we slowed this thing down? What is the emergency that says that we can't pass this in 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever it is because we're not going to get any money immediately. We might start collecting a little money, but it's not going to be anything that's major that would make it that we couldn't collect it later. Maybe if we missed a few thousand or 100,000, that's still not an emergency. That's made up when we have money sitting there. So I am in support of this amendment, and I would ask if the Alderwoman from the 1st would yield.
Alderwoman from the 1st, will you yield to questioning from the Alderwoman from the 12th?
Yes.
Alderwoman, so I keep hearing this emergency thing. Do we have $250 some odd million sitting around with the Rams? Is that true?
Yes.
Is there any restriction on using that money?
No.
If we wanted to, could we use some of that money to supplement? And I'm not saying I really would use it all, because I think water is important. And you and I had the conversation. I have rain barrels at my house. And I actually got the water workers raises when I was the chair of public employees, because I was appalled at how little we paid these people who go down underneath our streets and fix our water. And I talked about how important water is to us. You can do a lot of things. You can go a long time without food, but water is not one of them. So what would prevent us, except for the mayor's wish not to use it, from using some of that water, some of that some of that Rams fund toward this water?
I am supportive of using Rams funds for water division needs. This rate covers the ongoing maintenance and yearly operational costs and not much more.
Okay, but this rate goes, so what would happen if we put some of that money up front from the Rams and then we looked at other ways and gave you more time, is what I'm saying? Would $50 million cover the proposed deficit? And then if we then found we couldn't do anything, we could pay it back and say this was a loan.
I think it'll just end up being the same conversation in 3 years.
I beg your pardon?
I would imagine we'd be in the same position in 3 years as
I'm
we
not
are
talking
now.
about 3 years. I'm saying you're still the chair of the committee right now. You're handing the bill. What would prevent us from going right back to it and saying this is another way? What is the emergency if we have the money?
We have costs of the water division that are higher than the revenue that is being brought in. It's an unsustainable position to be in. We need to be able to raise the rates to make it a situation that can be managed going forward. And I do think that there's money needed from the Rams funds, and I do think there's money needed from ARPA funds. I do not support $250 million, all of it going to water division needs, simply because we have so many needs in the city of St. Louis that I think spending it all on one thing would be like spending all of your check in one place. It's just not the right way of doing things when you're managing a pretty big bank account, lots of different funds. And the water division does need to be sustainable as an enterprise fund. Its goal is to have the revenue meet the costs, and right now it doesn't. Plugging these holes doesn't fix the dam, if you will.
So I will say it again. That was not what I said. I do support spending it all, but what would prevent us from taking $50 million or $25 million, putting that as a stopgap, even as a loan, so that we're not passing this thing so fast, and then if we find out that it didn't work, then we pay the money back to us. But we actually, that's why you have money in a emergency account or fund, so you can say, well, I can do this right here. You don't have any restrictions on it, so there's actually nothing that restricts us from putting $25 or $50 million toward the water or loaning it to us and then looking at doing a bond issue. Can you tell us what's the problem, why we couldn't do a bond issue?
There needs to be money in reserves to meet the payments that are needed for the bond issue, and right now that money is not there.
So what would happen if we put $50 million or whatever we need in reserves from the Rams money and then went out for the bond issue? Why couldn't we do that?
I think that's a great idea that we should do that, but it's an and, not an or to me.
Oh, it is, because then we don't have to rush through and say, well, we really want to be transparent, but not really, because there's all other kind of ways to be transparent, and we're not doing it. What we're doing is trying to rush it through and say this is an emergency when we have alternatives. Again, is there anything from preventing us from putting $25, $50 million in reserve, going out for a bond issue, saying we all need to fix this? Let's look at the big picture of that we really do need to fix our water. We don't want to be Michigan. What would prevent us from doing that since there are no restrictions?
I just think it ended up being a vote of this body, a board bill. I don't know the exact steps that we'd need to go through, but at the end of the day, this is about making a decision today, now, for safe, reliable drinking water for our city.
But
I'm just gonna
again,
keep coming back to that, the hypotheticals I get. I asked the administration these exact same questions. Maybe you got a commitment that that's what they're going to want to do too. I hope that we do get that commitment. But this rate increase is necessary to meet the needs of the Water Division.
It's not necessary if we just say that we can do it.
I do want to keep us on the amendment, and then we can go back and ask her other questions.
Are you in support or opposition of amendment number 2?
I'm sorry, will you say that again?
I said, are you in support or opposition of amendment number 2, and why?
I am in opposition of amendment number 2. I believe that the rate increases that we're considering today cover the basic operations of the Water Division, but really don't put us in even that great of a spot to deal with the emergencies that we've had. Talking about the Clayton Tam, bridge water main, that was $1 million just with that one water main. I think this bill allows us to hopefully, fingers crossed, meet the needs that are present in front of us. And that's why I wanted to do the CPI increase being included in the bill, because it is a situation in which we need to be able to plan for the Water Division to build back its reserves so that it all comes back to having safe, reliable drinking water that we can have access to for generations to come. In 1904, the city of St. Louis put in an incredible amount of funds and infrastructure resources into its Water Division, and we've really been living off of that investment in infrastructure since then.
What year did you say that was?
Before the World's Fair, there was a lot of investment in the city's infrastructure, and that to make it so that we would have the incredible number of folks that were going to be coming through our city be able to have drinking water that didn't have diseases in the water that people could get. I think we sometimes feel like those diseases are gone, there's nothing that's going to come back, that's not going to be our situation. It could be our situation.
And so that's why you're opposed to removing the CPI?
I just think that it sets up the board in combination with the amendment that I brought forward. It sets up the board to be in a position where there's an annual review. There will be 2 annual reviews before the 2026 CPI goes into effect. At that point, the Board of Aldermen, I think half of the board will probably still be here. There's going to be an election before then for some of us, but can decide. The Water Division's presentation, all of this review we've done, says that actually CPI isn't enough, or it's too much, and that board bill could be introduced at that time. But what it does is it puts some pressure on us, because I think unfortunately the pressure, and I've heard a lot of people speak to knowing that there was a need but perhaps not having a board bill in front of them to discuss, this puts pressure on us. I think putting pressure on us is a good thing. I think putting pressure on us means that we will make some better decisions, and I think that we need to put the Water Division in a position where it can be better at planning. I don't know if we'll get, the Rams funds, everything. One of the things I talked about with Kurt when I met with him is, the laundry list of things that I was like, why not this, why not that, why not this? And he's saying, I've asked, I've applied, haven't gotten it. I can't guarantee any of that. None of that's guaranteed to come in. Like I said, some of the reasons that the city hasn't gotten grants that it's applied for, or federal or state money, is either not having the money in reserves to meet the match, or having water rates too low that it made our application not score as high. So, we're in a position right now where the water rates in St. Louis City are half that of St. Louis County. And so we're really talking about going from the lowest water rates in the region to still the lowest water rates in the region, and having a water department that can function. I'm going to keep coming back to that. The what if, can we do this, can we do that, can we do this? That's not where I'm at right now. That's not the bill in front of me. This amendment, I think, takes away a part of the bill that I think is really important, which is a planning piece, which is I'm just really sick of operating in an emergency mode all the time in St. Louis, and trying to put the Water Division in a position where it's less likely to operate in that mode.
But it is your testimony that we have $250 some odd sitting there unrestricted. And if we wanted to, and that's from the mayor, and even from the Board of Aldermen, because we can propose our own bill, we could take and put that RAMS money as the money to put behind, so we could do a bond issue. And we could raise enough bond money so then we could replace that RAMS money. It wouldn't be emergency. We wouldn't be raising the funds on our people who cannot pay it. So it is not your testimony that we couldn't do this. It is your testimony that I hear is that we're just not going to do it because the mayor doesn't want to. But the people in the city that I've heard for, I went to 5 meetings yesterday, and at all 5 meetings, the people were appalled. I don't know what kind of response you have gotten, but I've gotten from your side of town, my side of town, everybody saying, why is this so fast? Why are we doing this? Are there other ways? Which I proposed to them. They're all like, why won't we do this? Because the mayor doesn't want to is not a good reason, okay? So, and then we got to make it an emergency. If you're telling me an emergency, to me, you're talking about to me, then you use all possible means to alleviate that emergency, and then don't put it on the people when you got that kind of money sitting up. Because for 1 year, you didn't put it in any kind of interest rate that we would, any kind of account that got an interest rate. So now you're saying we can't do it, but we really can do it. And just because the mayor is saying she doesn't want to, that's not a good enough reason to call it an emergency. We may call it the mayor just wants to do it, but it's not an emergency. And if you put that up there, I'm almost sure there's been very few bond issues in the last 10, 15 years. I can't even remember any that we didn't get passed. Sure. And if we put this out to the people and say, we don't want to raise your rates, we want to do something like this, I can almost assure you we're going to get this passed, and it will not be in a way that people question the method that we did it. Thank you. I have no further questions. I am in support of this amendment. It is a good amendment. The Alderman from the 8th has made really good arguments, as has the Alderman from the 3rd, about CPI and how it works and how volatile it is, and they are financial people, and I think it is a good thing to do. And yes, we should come back to this board, or we should have the mayor just put the money up and go for a bond issue. And you don't, again, that money could then be replaced from the bond. We could lend that. We could be our own lender. We don't have to be so focused on only doing it one way and trying to say this is an emergency. It is not an emergency. It's a made up. And I thank you, Alderwoman from the 8th, for proposing this amendment.
Alderman from the 14th.
Whew. Thank you, Madam President, and members of the board. I also rise in support of this amendment. I do appreciate my colleague Alderman from the 9th Ward bringing up some content and history of this is, kind of been going on for a while. I will say I have, faith in this new board that we won't continue the same habits necessarily of the past, and I believe that community engagement in this process, and I think what the Alderwoman from the 8th Ward is trying to do is to ensure that, again, that the community is at the table as this board bill continues to move on. It is, in my opinion, unfair of us to not just tax them one time, to tax them another time, and then to tell them that we're going to continue to increase their water rate without doing the proper outreach, without doing the proper community engagement. I think all of us, when we ran and when we go out and knock doors, we live for that community engagement, and we just can't stop now that we got elected. I think it is upon us to make sure that we continue to engage the community. So I won't go too long on this, but I would ask my colleagues to support this amendment. I plan to support the bill, but I don't think that we have to rush this. I don't think that this board is not going to address the issues of potentially coming back next year or coming back after a few months. The article that my colleague from the 9th Ward raised, there was different rates back in 2016 than what we're doing right now. So again, it comes to the question is this enough? And then we're going to just tie it to inflation, which maybe there's a better way of doing it instead of tying it to inflation. So I would ask my colleagues to support this. Yes, I think supporting the overall bill is important because we have to do something. But after we, tax residents, because this would go into effect July 1st, and then we're saying we're doing it again next year, and then on top of that, without any engagement, without any conversation, and on a large scale, citywide, yes, it's upon us as all the people to do it in our community, but there's also responsibilities, that some information we don't have that the water division may have, to go out into these communities to talk about what is the need, how this $5 impact has been helpful from them not tapping into their reserve to actually get to a point where maybe we're using these funds to really build the infrastructure. So I appreciate the Alderwoman from the first for leading this charge and taking the leadership on this, but also really appreciate the Alderwoman from the 8th Ward of saying we need to slow it down just a little bit, and I got faith in this board that we will not kick the can down the road, that we will revisit this after we have enough information, enough data, not just the water division coming in front of the public infrastructure one time saying this is our reserves we've been eating into. We need to be able to see what this $5 increase will do, and then be able to assess and say, okay, what is the proper way to tie something? I was just talking to a colleague, he was like, it may be better to tie to GDP instead of inflation. So I think there needs to be more conversation before we just be reactionary because we say the sky is falling and we have to do something now, and we also have to tie it to this inflation so that we don't have to come back to the table. We actually should be coming back to the table and not be making legislation just based off reaction, and then we do this and then we come back and see, well, what we actually did wasn't the proper thing. I think what we know right now is we must act. And I stand ready to act with you, Alderwoman, to pass this, but also stand ready with Alderwoman from the 8th Ward to say, let's revisit this. Again, I got faith in this board that we will do this, and I'll leave it at that, and I would ask the body to support the amendment from the amendment that's in front of us by the Alderwoman of the 8th Ward. So thank you so much.
Any further? Alderwoman from the 1st.
Thank you. I just want to clarify a few things. One, this does not violate the Hancock Amendment, so if it figures into your vote, please do not use that to figure into your vote. This was vetted by the city councilor. This is a bill that is a legal bill. The importance of giving the Water Division a predictable source of revenue for providing services is so important. When we talk about having had no predictability in the last, I don't even know how long there's been no predictability. We just have infrequent large rate increases. This idea is to make it easier to plan for both the Water Division and as well as for our residents to know what's coming. One of the things I heard over and over again, after people asked me about ARPA funds, after people asked me about RAMS funds, they said, how is it possible we're doing this now 13 years later and this wasn't done in incremental amounts in the last 10 years? This is how we do the work in incremental amounts going forward. This is a CPI that doesn't go into effect until 2026. That gives us the time to live up to the promises that are being made here that we're going to do our jobs and review the data. But I want some sort of fail-safe in this bill that makes us live up to that. Because if we're reviewing this, if we review this this every year and we are presented by the Water Division that says CPI is actually we can do a little too much. This is, this is an amount that's going to increase our reserves by X, and we're now the board that gets to say, we're going to go to this rate instead because of these expert testimony we've had, and we have this wonderful rate review process that we've built out. We can make the adjustment then. And it's very possible that they will say that the rate increase that is needed is more than the CPI. And then we've got to make that hard decision as well. But what I think this does is puts in some fail-safe that we haven't had in the Water Division, and it's caused people in all of our communities to suffer. And I am not willing to have people in our communities suffer when safe, reliable drinking water is the number one thing that we have, that number one thing we need. It's a number one asset, and that's why I do not support this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 8th, you're recognized to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I really appreciate the discussion here. I'll just really, to wrap us up here, I mean, the automatic rate increases proposed currently would put us on autopilot. It would be an automatic set of rate increases annually with no community engagement. If we're doing our job down here in our due diligence and actually reviewing it annually, we won't need a CPI. We will base the the cost that we're charging our consumers based on what it actually costs to provide that water service to them. I don't want our city to be on autopilot with regards to our water rates. That's what's got us into this mess. I want this body and I want this city, the administration, whoever's in charge, whoever's down here, to be reviewing the cost of this most precious commodity that we have as a city on a regular basis, to make sure that we are providing the best water in the nation, as we have done for many, many years now, and providing it at the cost that it actually costs our city to provide. And I'd like to continue to explore how we can sell our water to our surrounding areas, and actually maybe even bring down the cost. But again, if we're doing what we're promising our consumers that we're going to do and review this annually, we won't need the CPI. We will have an adequate process in place. And I do also want to, caution us, to have an automatic rate increase on an annual basis without notification or engagement from the public really is the opposite of community engagement. It's the opposite of transparency, and it really could harm our relationship and our trust with the folks that put us down here. And with that, I ask for your favorable consideration. I do want to also point out that I again commend the intent of the CPI. I do support the increase of our water bill and recognize the importance of where we are right now. But I just think that this particular mechanism of having annual automated autopilot rate increases is not one I want to see this body support. Thank you.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 12th, that we adopt amendment number 2 to Board Bill 49 Committee Substitute. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
No.
Alderman Narayan. Six aye votes, 8 no votes, and 1 voted present.
By your vote, you failed to sustain the motion to adopt amendment number 2 to Board Bill 49 Committee Substitute. Alderwoman from the 1st, you are recognized on Board Bill 49 Committee Substitute as amended.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. There's been a lot of discussion today, and I continue to ask for your favorable consideration of this bill and renew my motion to adopt, to perfect Board Bill 49 Committee Substitute as amended.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 2nd.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Alderwoman from the 1st, I want to commend her as well. I also want to thank her for putting together, she and the administration, a good amount of information and materials for us to sift through. I am going to inquire on the Alderwoman from the 1st, but I think it's important to make a statement around, I don't think we have tried hard enough to find other sources that could be used for this. The Alderwoman from the 12th spoke to this as well, that we certainly owe it to ourselves to ensure before we burden the water user, the residents of our city, that we have turned over every stone, and whether that's being flexible on ARPA dollars, which by the way is, the guidance is pretty clear as a revenue replacement. We can use ARPA dollars. If this water division is in a $33 million deficit as we speak, It seems like a no-brainer to plug and play some reappropriated ARPA dollars for that. I think we owe it to ourselves to hold this bill for 1 week, is what I'm looking for, a commitment, so that we can add some language to where this ordinance would be a little more self-governing around a potential for a bond issue, a ARPA dollar reallocation, NFL settlement money, cash windfall that comes from any other source. I think it's important before we just automatically tack on a bill to the user that we have tried everything. I understand that there was a miscalculation with the Build Back Better funds. Went to Jefferson City instead of coming directly to the cities. Tough luck. I don't like it either, but the perception and the reality that exists in this town is that we have a flush amount of cash. And that is true. That is not a perception, that is also reality. Yes, we have other critical needs, absolutely, which is why I'm not suggesting no rate increase, but I think there's a compromise and a balance here. Maybe it's $2 more a month. If we can find some other source that works, I would like it to self-correct this bill that's being considered. So I'm asking for 1 week to figure out the language. I don't think we have time for an amendment on the fly, honestly, because I do want to make sure there's an algebraic balanced expression here with finding some other source and having time whereby we can still get to this bill, knowing that we have homework to do if another source does come forward. It springs a change in what would be the imposed water rate. Pardon the pun with spring. So I would like to inquire of the Alderwoman from the 1st, if that's appropriate.
Alderwoman from the 1st yield to questioning from the Alderman from the 2nd.
Sure.
Alderwoman, thank you. Question I just posed rhetorically, now I'm going to pose directly to you. Are you comfortable with putting this on the informal calendar just for 1 week so that we can potentially fix, owing it to ourselves, this other source that we know could potentially be out there to help lessen the burden of a rate increase at the level that is suggested in this bill?
I don't think that we will find that we're lessening the burden of the rate increase no matter how long we hold this bill. I think this is a very modest look at what is needed for the Water Division. I do not believe that there will be enough. If we allocate every dollar of RAMS funding for Water Division needs, I think that's irresponsible and ignores the multitude of other needs that we have in the city of St. Louis. To get this board to agree to reallocate $33 million of ARPA funds, I think would be it would be a tough one. I would, if everyone on this board would be willing to commit that they will absolutely find that $33 million or whatever it is, I just don't think that's realistic. I think holding it for another week just holds the time that we give to the, Collector of Revenue's office to update the bills that he'll be, that he'll be talking to people about. This makes all of the discussion we've had, telling people what this increase is, kind of moot, and we're going back and saying, actually, no, it's 2 or 3, or maybe, we don't know, possibly, I think it's important to have, we're having this discussion now. I've tried to be as open before this moment at, 1 p.m. on Friday during perfection to say, please tell me if you have amendments, please tell me what other information you need. I've gotten everything everyone has asked for. I think the administration is probably, and the Water Division is probably just annoyed with me at this point because I keep asking questions and I keep asking for more. And I keep asking for more because you all have asked me to get you more information, which I've done. I do not feel like I do not know that we can make a promise right now that that the rates won't need to increase this much. I think this is the amount that the rates need to increase, and we need to be open and honest with that. And then I also think that the Water Division, with $450 million of needs, there is a way to spend this money of RAMS money and any reallocated ARPA money, and you all in your wisdom decide the Water Division needs more, that is going to meet infrastructure needs so that perhaps, but by 2026 we can say, hey, we've solved a big problem now. We actually don't need to have the CPI increase anymore. That's a conversation that I think I'm more than willing to have. But the conversation to continue holding this any longer, I'm not.
Sounded like that was a long no, but thank you, Alderwoman.
I wanted it to be a clear no. So it's no, and then a long explanation, and then a no sandwich. No at the end.
It was no with plenty of context, and I assure you it was appreciated, Alderwoman.
Thanks.
All right, well, it sounds like I have my answer, and I don't doubt that the administration and you, Alderwoman, as well as the Water Division, looked into other sources. I just wish it were part of this bill, and that's the 1 week extension I'm asking here for, is that we hold it so we can get the language right, and we can have some sources potentially at least identified that we can go after, and that then this bill is in a self-correcting format. So I'm going to ask one last time if you put this on the informal calendar for 1 week.
You know, Alderman, I shared with everyone the alternate funding. You throw your phone? No. Just cool it. Okay. I did share with everyone the alternate funding sources that have been put into effort by the administration and the Water Division.
I see that, but there's no self-correcting language in this bill that if those sources are found, that the rate could potentially
It might
be
delay
decreased.
it to 2026, but it won't delay it a minute after that. I mean, we're just in the, I have a really hard time believing that charging half the rate of St. Louis County is truly where our cost needs are in the water department. It's not. I mean, we need RAMs and ARPA funds for the Water Division. We need this rate increase. It's not either or for me. I don't think it should be either or for anyone when you really look at the needs of the Water Division, which again, I've tried my best to get out in front of everyone. I think that if we use all $250 million of RAMS funds in the Water Division, we will regret it. We have trees falling in the city. We have streets that aren't getting paved, potholes that aren't getting filled. We need funds for so many things going forward, including the Water Division. And I think the bill, as it is, allows for us to make sure that those other needs are met. I don't know what kind of, I guess I can't know what kind of formula that you'd be able to produce that will show that this isn't needed. I don't know how that you'd be able to produce that formula in an amount of time that would allow for what is needed for the Water Division to be guaranteed unless we move this bill forward. I don't know that rate calculation, I don't know what it does. I guess I'm not convinced that it's something that is absolutely, would actually change anything or help. It could, at the worst case scenario, further delay. I don't want anything to delay the needed funds to get to the Water Division. So that's my no.
I've got one more question, Alderwoman. If we're able, the royal we here, if we're able to find an additional source that the Water Division is comfortable with, the administration, the collective here is in favor of, can I get a commitment that would reduce the rate increase you're suggesting here? Can I get a commitment that you will help lead the charge on a repeal and replace ordinance?
If we can figure this out, yes, I will happily be of assistance in that. And Well,
you've done such a good job on this, so maybe you can lead that one too.
Jesus. Tom, you gotta do stuff too. Sorry for calling you Tom.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further, Madam President.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, if the Alderwoman from the 1st would yield.
The Alderwoman from the 1st yield to questioning from the Alderwoman from the 12th. Yes.
I haven't read entirely because it was just on our desk when I came in, your email, not email, but your presentation to us. So I'm just going to ask these questions because I'm getting them from all over every place. They want to know, how is the Water Department planning on spending this rate increase? What exactly are they going to do with it?
That's a very good question. It covers the operations of the water division, which include emergency repairs that have increased dramatically in cost, as well as the almost doubling of the chemical cost of the water division. You know, one of the things that in this FAQ, it says that, will this rate increase make a difference? And it says it will continue to give the water division the resources necessary to continue basic day-to-day operations, includes cleaning and treating of our water, the cost of operating and buying new equipment. The funds would also be used for preventative maintenance to help prevent water breaks, as well as maintain our aging operating system.
Okay. And how much of the water rate, how much of the increase is going to the workers, if any?
To workers at the water division, I believe that they're also getting the 3% raise that the rest of our city employees will be getting if we pass that pay bill.
But no other increases?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And do we have a list of the projects, or is that what you just said when you read that list? Or do we have a list of specific projects, or just general projects that we're going to be doing?
I do not have a list of specific projects, no.
Okay. And has the Water Division published a list of critical needs projects?
I am not sure if the critical needs projects, how they'd be listed, but we have, I think our most critical needs are the water main breaks, which we have a list of where they've been the last.
I'm familiar with them.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's, I mean, I would consider those the critical projects. I don't know that they've used those words, but what they're saying is the being able to continue to, honestly, being able to continue to operate day to day, water division is anything in there is a critical project, really.
Okay, so I would call water main breaks are critical. In our area, we had them at one point so often that we have a thing now where we have people have two kinds of water down in their basement, drinking water, but we also found out we needed water to flush the toilets and things like that, so we have them using old plastic detergent bottles to fill those up, so that, because we've had it off for a couple of days before, and often at one point. Nobody beats Hampton. Since I've been down here, there have been more water breaks on Hampton than I care to remember. And what I don't understand, since we have them almost every year, why we haven't put some money into that. Okay, that makes no planning sense to me. Not just for everything, but that particular street, you could probably go back every year and look at a newscast about a water main breaking on Hampton. So to me, that is a critical need that should have been addressed someplace. Can you tell me if the district has raised its cost of water that it sells to American Water?
The way that the pricing works is a calculation between the cost of providing water plus 18% profit. So as the water division provides information to those municipalities or whoever is buying the water, they will show them the cost and plus 18% profit. So as the cost goes up, so does the cost of their bills. So yes.
They raised it, but this has been a formula that we've used. Do you know how long we've used the same formula?
I don't know how long we've used the same formula, but as the costs increase, so does
I understand what you're saying, but maybe a long time ago this was a good formula, and maybe a long time ago we had lots of people lived in the city, and we don't now, and so that might be something we might revisit. I think I heard you talk about the difference in our bill versus the bill in the county. That's because it's our water plant. Right. You don't charge your people the same amount that you charge other people. And the fact that the reason why the water bills in the county are more is because we sell it to American Water, who then ups the fee and sells it to them. So I don't think that's an apples and oranges comparison. That's not right. That's why I'm saying that we ought to be charging American Water more. And we do know that St. Peter's and St. Charles are some of the fastest growing counties. And so to me, we're giving them a discount as if they're not the main customers, and who own this are the citizens of St. Louis, not the rest of the people. And as the Alderman said before, where are they going to go? They're not going anyplace. We got a captive audience that has to pay our water rates. So having the same formula all these many years makes no sense to me. We need to readjust that, and we need to look at other ways of increasing that revenue from them. And you said that St. Louis water cost was not competitive in the region and nationally, and that is why we did not get the funds that we applied for ARPA. Is that what the
That's
problem
part
was?
of the why we didn't score, the water division didn't score as well as it would need to get more money from the state, yes.
I agree. I'm sorry. So that was part of it. But
Yes.
were there other reasons?
I believe there were other reasons, but that was the part that really stood out to me.
And when I spoke to you earlier, I sent you back in April, the president put out a $6.5 billion thing specifically about water, and you said that we were going to apply for that, but we had not done it at the time when I spoke to you. Is that correct?
I can't speak to whether or not the application is if they even have an application out yet, I guess. But I know that the water division is committed, as I sent to you all the alternate funding sources that the administration and water division have provided. So it does go over all of the ways that they've applied to get more funds in.
But so you're not sure if they've applied for that, because that was put out in April.
The application was, or the notice that it's
the notice
happening?
that money was available.
Right, and I'm one of the things I feel like has to happen is the water division needs to look under every stone it can and apply for every grant and funding opportunity that it can in order to meet the needs of the department. It just isn't a guarantee. We can't be sure of it. We don't know if the city will receive any of these funds.
And so was the committee provided a copy of any of the applications that we made to see if we indeed filled them out correctly? And I want to know if you know who filled them out. Was it the director, or does he have like I know in the public safety department, there's somebody who helps fill out and looks for grants and things. And that's a very good thing to have, is somebody who's a grant researcher and knows how to apply for these things. Have we seen that application at all?
I have not.
Okay. And And so let's talk about water meters, which you and I have spoken about, which I'm still a big supporter of. Have we looked into water meters anymore? Is that something that we plan to look at in the future, about metering our residents?
It's something I definitely want to look at more, but it's not part of this bill.
I know it's not part of this bill, but is it something that we might be looking at in the future?
I hope so. I think it's important to consider.
The Alderman from the 9th said how the past boards hadn't done what we were supposed to do. I think we absolutely did do what we were supposed to do, because we got bad bills and we didn't go along with bad bills, and we prevented the water department from being sold, because I think it can be a very, very good resource if managed right.
Correct.
I want to tell you that I have in my hand, back in 2013, there was something called the Adequacy of Current Water Utility Revenues Report. I don't know, did you see that at all? In March of 2013, from Black and VEATCH.
I'm not familiar with that report.
I will send that to you. Anyway, it talks about the Adequacy of Current Water Utilities Revenue Letter Report, and it was to Mr. Scobie. And it went through a whole bunch of things we needed to be doing, which is why I say, since he's been here for all those years, that was his responsibility to pass that on to each mayor and to talk about what we needed to do. So when the alderwoman from the 8th told the alderman from the 9th, that wasn't our responsibility. We didn't get reports back from Mr. Scobie saying, hey, this is emergency. Even though he knew this, and when you look at this report, you're gonna be like, what the heck? I don't even understand why a water department would only have 180 days? Is that how much we have in
1 quarter, is that right?
I'm sorry?
1 quarter, is that correct? Is that what we're talking about? How much reserves it has?
Reserves.
Sure.
And how much is it?
I don't know how much they keep in reserves. I know how much is in reserves now, which is...
Right, it's down a lot. And you talked about, was it you or maybe somebody else talked about that this was money that had been back in the long time ago, even before I was here, that we had this money. But over the years, I don't understand why we didn't set a criteria. This always has to be a reserve. This is water. This is something we cannot exist without. So, and again, a lot of alder people listen to what the director of public utilities, which has been the director of water. If you're not telling us this is an emergency, and then all of a sudden, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, now this is an emergency, we got to do this, there's something awfully strange about that to me, okay? And so, to me, one of the things we have to do is keep a reserve that's a lot more than what is currently called for at this point. And so I don't understand, and I'm getting this water service, I guess this is the map of our breaks. How long, you've been the chair for a few months now, I guess, or a month?
A month, basically,
right.
yeah.
Have you, before this bill that they were, it's emergency come out your house, had you heard anything from Mr. Scobie saying, look, I need to talk to you about this problem we have with the water department?
The first time I talked to him about it was when this bill came before me.
Okay, and what you guys don't know is when we were still at 28, Lisa Middlebrook, the alderwoman from the 2nd, was the chair of public utilities. And so what happened is on that one of the last days when we could introduce board bills, we were suspending the rules, she actually had a board bill that was from the mayor's office that was about this very thing. And she wasn't here, and the alderwoman from the 13th, who was then the alderwoman from the 27th, didn't handle the bill. And the mayor's lobbyist, Kevin Bailey, was sitting back here trying to get me, and I stood up for about 15 minutes trying to get the recognition of the president, because I was saying, hey, we don't have this bill. And so we knew back, what I'm telling you, this is not an emergency to the mayor's office, because we knew back in April that, and before that we had this bill. But the first thing, if this was such an emergency, I don't understand, since we had it before sign and die last term, why that wasn't the first thing on our desk to say we need to look at this, which would have given us time to go through and question this bill. And one of the things that happens with mayors when they're trying to get something through is they make it an emergency. So there's no reason that this same bill, because I'm gonna go pull it up, it's the very same bill, why we wouldn't have had this on April the 18th instead of, when did you get it, in May or June?
I've lost track of time. Probably, I guess, a month ago when they started the process.
Okay.
Right, a week before it went into committee, I guess.
Okay, but this should have been on our desk saying, this is what we intend to do, not from you, from the mayor's office, because they already had this bill that didn't get done. And so I find that things become an emergency because people say they are, not because they really are. Because if I was out of water and I had something that could get me water, that next day that we started, 18th, most certainly by that next Friday, I would have had this board bill before the board, even probably before board bill 1, which is usually our budget, saying we need to fix this with the water. When you hold it and you create an emergency, for me, that's not an emergency. And I also want to, did you get correspondence from, I want to say, Jeanette Mox Oxford and her group? Did you get some correspondence?
I did, yes.
Okay, and so I have a question from them. I'm going to bring it up here just a minute. And while I'm looking, so you know Miss Oxford, Mox Oxford. Do you know her?
Not personally, but I know who she is.
Okay. Oh God, where is this? But anyway, they had concerns regarding.
What is that?
I can't find it now.
Maybe it's not.
Maybe there's
I wouldn't go to the window when you hear gunshots, but that's me.
I can't seem to find it now, so I can't ask the question because there was something that was in there. I'm sorry. I don't want to hold you up because I can't seem to find it. So,
all right.
If you want to move on, and then if I have time, I'll ask it later.
Thank you for the questions.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, it's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 1st, seconded by the Alderman from the 9th, that we perfect Board Bill number 49 committee substitute as amended. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Pass.
Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderwoman Keys. Alderman Aldridge. Alderwoman Keys. Twelve aye votes, 2 no votes, and 1 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion to perfect Board Bill number 49 committee substitute as amended.
That's the extent of board bills for perfection.
Report of engrossment.
Board Bill 35 and 36.
Third reading and final passage of board bills. Consent.
Board Bills 35 and Board Bill 36.
Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on the motion to adopt the third reading and final passage of board bills on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we third read and finally pass the board bills of consent.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 1st, that we adopt the third reading and final passage of board bills on the consent calendar. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Tyus.
You've already passed once, so you have to vote this time.
14 aye votes and 1 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderwoman from the 10th to third read and finally pass the aforementioned bills. Third reading and final passage of board bills.
We have none.
Please dispense with line item 18B. Reported the finally passed and signed by the President.
Board Bills 35 and Board Bill 36.
All other business being suspended, the President shall in open session affix her signature hereto to the end that these may become law.
Light tonight.
What happened to the gavel? First reading resolutions in reference to committees.
We have none.
You can dispense with line item 20. Second reading of resolutions, committee reports and adoptions.
Resolution 24, sponsored by Alderwoman Schweitzer, President Green, Alderman Browning, and Alderwoman Keys. Priorities for the Public Infrastructure and Utilities Committee.
Alderwoman from the 1st, you are recognized on the second reading of resolution number 24.
Like a broken record. Thank you so much, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we adopt resolution number 24.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 1st, seconded by the Alderman from the 4th, that we adopt resolution number 24. Any discussion? Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you so much. This resolution was discussed in the Public Infrastructure and Utilities Committee meeting yesterday. We've also discussed over time with the various committee members and with members of the public the priorities of the committee, and this resolution outlines some of those. It focuses on the continuity of services such as trash pickup, coordination with utilities, and street and sidewalk maintenance. It talks about addressing how many folks have lost their lives to traffic violence in the city of St. Louis. It talks about dedicated funding for street and infrastructure projects, or street infrastructure and utilities projects, and how we can put the Streets Department and the Board of Public Service more in the driver's seat, no pun intended here, of how we make some of those decisions. It talks about addressing some of the conversations that we've had for a long time about ward capital and how it's spent, the effectiveness and the equity of that program. And it talks about the increased stress on our infrastructure due to environmental changes, including more frequent flooding, heat islands, and other weather-related events. So it really gives sort of the marching orders of our committee, if you will, to discuss these things, to work on policy, most important, that around these things, to address improving city services and bettering the products that we are providing our city residents. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 1st, seconded by the Alderman from the 4th, that we adopt resolution number 24. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Courtesy resolutions. Please dispense with line item 22. Miscellaneous and unfinished business.
Monday, June 19, 2023, the office will be closed in honor of the Juneteenth holiday. Tuesday, June 20th, 2023, Transportation and Commerce will have a hearing in the Kennedy Room at 9 a.m. HUDs will have a committee hearing in the Kennedy Room at 2 p.m. Thursday, June 22nd, Budget and Public Employees will have a meeting in the Kennedy Room at 9:30 a.m. Personnel will have a committee hearing at 11 a.m. via webinar. Friday, June 23rd, 2023, full board meeting in the chambers at 10 a.m. That's the extent of the announcements.
Any further announcements? Any further announcements? Alderwoman from the 10th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Similar to the freedoms that we all are down here serving, and we're called to serve and stand on our word for the greater good of the city of St. Louis. We are celebrating those this weekend, right? And so a lot of people might have been wondering why we're here today instead of Friday. It's because of Juneteenth. And I would love for our immeasurable, incomparable clerk to bless us with the history, the call, the mission of Juneteenth. Because as he reminds us all the time, history is one of the most important things that guide us into what could be a better future. So, Clerk Kennedy.
Mr. Clerk.
Shall I turn this into a show? Like I get money. Madam President, members of the board, April 9th of 1865, the Civil War officially ended. Frederick Douglass, in his writings, said that when the news reached those who had been held in bondage, spontaneous celebrations broke out. Harriet Tubman wrote and said that when those held in bondage found out that freedom was at hand, one of the first things they did was to walk off the plantation or out of the home in which they were held in slavery. Many began to change their names because they had the opportunity to call themselves what they wanted. So someone may just add in initials like Jacob T. Alabaster. The T meant nothing. It's simply they said they had a right to name themselves whatever they wanted. And so they took that opportunity. Those spontaneous celebrations that broke out, one famous one happened actually on May 1st of 1865 in Charleston, South Carolina, where they said 3,000 youth alone. They estimated some 10,000 people there, most who had been held in bondage, cleaned up the city that had been devastated by the war, buried the Union troops, and on May 1st, they decorated the graves, creating what we know today historically as Decoration Day. The United States later adopted that as Memorial Day. But in our household, our grandfather, who lived with us till 1973, he was born 1883, a part of the first generation born free, our grandfather, never called it Memorial Day. He always called it Decoration Day because of that happening in 1865. Spontaneous celebrations broke out. In Texas, they are known to have found out about the freedom in June of 1865, somewhere around June 19th, and thus the term Juneteenth was coined. However, across the country, it's been called many names. This celebration, this spontaneous celebration that broke out has been called Emancipation Day, Jubilee Day, Freedom Days, Happy Days, Days to be Free. It had many names. What over time has developed is the recognition of Juneteenth Freedom Days. Frederick Douglass mentioned that anyone that keeps a person in bondage keeps the other side of that bondage to themselves. Say, when you chain a person, the other side of that chain is connected to you. And thus the emancipation of African Americans in this country ultimately freed everyone in America of the disparity and of the deprivation of chattel slavery that at all costs needed to be changed. What we call Juneteenth today has been that celebration that has continued since those days. In Fulton, Missouri, near Jefferson City, the African American community there has continued what they call Freedom Day or Jubilee celebrations since 1865. The most, what they consider to be one of the oldest and largest, now remember these spontaneous celebrations even happened here in St. Louis, but one of the most organized happened in 1868 at Washington and 4th Street. There they called it a place called the Philanthropic Hall. There, Moses Dixon and others gathered. Thousands of people showed up to raise money for the refugees from the South, as well as to build schools for African American children. They said thousands of people showed up. They sang songs. They sold pictures of Frederick Douglass and of Harriet Tubman. They had big speeches right there. Now, the building is no longer there, but it was the largest here in 1868 that happened. We don't think of the history of St. Louis, but one of the largest abolitionist organizations in this country was founded right here at 7th and Green Street. They called themselves the Knights of Liberty and the Daughters of Tabor. They made it their sacred obligation to see to the freedom of all those held in bondage. Why is that important? Because they also trained what they said was up to 70,000 African Americans throughout the South to be ready for what they thought would be an impending war. They said if a civil war did not break out, Moses Dixon and the others were ready to start freeing black folks throughout the South from bondage. When finally Lincoln decided to allow black soldiers into the Union Army because the North was not doing well, the United States got 50,000 already trained troops based in St. Louis who were ready to fight for freedom for those held in bondage. Moses Dixon, later he and several others helped found Lincoln University. The others involved in that was Milton Turner as well as Charles Tandy. Important and significant individuals and happenings in this city that we oftentimes don't hear about or really know. So today we recognize it as Juneteenth, Freedom Days, the Jubilee from the chattel slavery that a significant portion of the population of this country had been significantly up under for decades and for generations. So this celebration is not just one for the African American community, but for all to recognize that we share in this accomplishment of ending a system of deprivation, a system of chattel slavery, a system of oppression that caused all America to be oppressed. Madam President, members of the board, it is certainly my pleasure. I thank the Alderwoman for asking me to speak. I had no intentions of being up here. As you know, some of you may not know, we sponsored the first resolution here. I sponsored it back in 1990, celebrating and recognizing Juneteenth. One of the oldest organizations I helped found here about Juneteenth was recognized in the Congressional Record as helping to keep the idea of Juneteenth alive and finally move it towards becoming a celebration in St. Louis and throughout the country as a recognized holiday. Now that's a long way from where we started back in the 70s, recognizing Juneteenth, the African Freedom Days. It is certainly my honor to be before you, and I'll go back into the office and finish writing the minutes and be ready for our next meeting. But celebrate Juneteenth and enjoy the Freedom Days. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I had no intention of being up here. I was trying to get out of it.
We very much appreciate that we not only have a wonderful clerk, but an in-house historian to always make sure that we know our history and can learn from our history. Any further announcements? Alderman from the 9th.
Wow, that was incredible. I just want to announce, speaking of Juneteenth, there will be a Juneteenth celebration in the 9th Ward at the intersections of Delmar and Boyle/Pendleton, where that comes together. It's a big band night being hosted by the Neighborhoods United for Change. We'll have a 14-piece big band there. It's from 6 to 7 p.m. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's a family-friendly event. We invite you to come celebrate with us. I also want to inform my community in the 9th Ward that we will be having a 9th Ward Town Hall on Tuesday, June 27th. That'll be at Cortex in the Havana Room at 4240 Duncan. We're going to have myself sharing updates, what we've been up to here at the city, as well as Deputy Trash Commissioner Randy Breitenfeld. So please come join us there. Again, it's 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. 4240 Duncan. Thank you, and wish everybody a happy Juneteenth and a happy weekend.
Any further announcements? Alderman from the 3rd.
Thank you, Madam President. I would also like to announce that we have a Juneteenth/Father's Day celebration in Dutchtown. This weekend there's a Dutchtown kickball tournament taking place in Marquette Park that will start at 11 a.m. and encourage everyone to come out and join in the fun if you're able to. We also have a Office of Violence Prevention kickback event in Mount Pleasant Park tomorrow, or not tomorrow, I keep thinking it's Friday, on Saturday, June 17th from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So Saturday, Mount Pleasant Park at 2 p.m., and then Sunday in Marquette Park at 11 a.m. We have 2 events. Also, I know we're having a potluck after the meeting today with a lot of colleagues. I want to thank our colleague from the 6th Ward, Daniela Velasquez, for her efforts in organizing that. I had the auspicious, reason to go visit one of my favorite South City Sweet Tooth eateries this morning, Dad's Cookies, in the fabulous 3rd Ward in Dutchtown, and brought some Dad's Cookies, and always a great treat around Father's Day as well to have Dad's Cookies. So look forward to sharing all of that with you all after the meeting, and I hope everyone has a fabulous Juneteenth.
Any further announcements? Alderwoman from the 6th.
In the not potluck category, but also food, I just want to announce the South Grand Dine Around Restaurant Call is tonight on South Grand, so it's the flagship event. Lots of food there, so I'm going to eat there too as well, but just wanted to announce that.
Right. Any further announcements? Sharita, our clerk.
The Health and Human Development will have a committee hearing on Thursday at 9 a.m. in the Kennedy Room.
Thank you. Alderman from the 14th.
We'll start doing like the alderman from the 9th and just take the mic on off. So happy Juneteenth, St. Louis, and members of the board. This Saturday in the 14th Ward in the Old North community at St. Louis Avenue and 14th Street, we will be having a Juneteenth celebration. Would welcome everybody from the board to come on over. There'll be plenty of black-owned vendors selling merchandise and apparel, as well as food, and just a good time as we celebrate Juneteenth. And again, happy Juneteenth to everyone in the city of St. Louis. Thank you.
Any further announcements? Any further announcements? Alderman from the 3rd.
Thank you, Madam President. I just also want to clarify, the clerk mentioned that we have a Transportation and Commerce Committee meeting on Tuesday morning. During that hearing, we will be taking up the short-term rental bills that I believe have been sponsored by the alderman from the 4th Ward. There are some other agenda items on there, but I fear that we may not have enough time to get to them. So I would encourage the public, those that are watching or those that have an interest in the other items, to stay tuned for another committee hearing to be determined at a later date. But for the purposes of next Tuesday, we will be taking up just the bills related to the short-term rental at this point in time. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, it's a correction to the Health and Human Development. That's 9 a.m. Thursday, June 22nd, and that's via Zoom.
Okay. Any further announcements? Any further announcements? I do want to make sure that just to bump up again on your radar, the folks that you are going to interview for your LA positions need to be filed with the clerk. And Youth Council and Charter Commission appointments are due, I think, Sunday or on the 17th. So on Sunday. And so want to make sure that those are flagged, that you get those in. If you do not submit your 3 people to the Charter Commission, then you do not get a say in that. So I encourage you to go ahead and make your nominations over to the mayor's office. All right, Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on the motion to excuse.
Madam President, members of the board, all members were present today.
Good job. Once again, Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on the motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we adjourn until Friday, June 23rd in the chambers.
Second. It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 3rd, that we adjourn until Friday, June 23rd in the chambers at 10 a.m. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.